The first thing I remember after everything was waking up with a dull ache behind my eyes and a profound sense of wrongness that I could not quite place. It was like surfacing from a deep ocean, but instead of air, I found myself breathing water, and the surface was just another, stranger ocean. The raw terror that night, the faces in the pond, the relentless pursuit, the diner was all there, a dark, pulsing bruise beneath my consciousness, but somehow muffled, distorted, like a bad dream I was desperate to forget, even though I knew deep down it was not a dream at all. I was in my apartment, or an apartment. Mine, I supposed. The furniture was familiar. The scent of stale coffee and old books was mine, but all felt off, like a meticulously crafted set piece. I did not remember getting home. I did not remember anything after that old man's cold touch, after his monstrous face dissolved in the mirrored wall, after that swirling vortex consumed my reflection, and something else bloomed inside me. "Welcome home," he would whispered. It echoed in my ears, a chilling lullaby, but the meaning remained just out of reach. I tried to shake it off. Paranoia, I told myself. Exhaustion, my mind playing tricks. I needed to reconnect, to feel normal, to prove to myself I had not completely lost it. So, I did what any lonely, slightly unhinged person in their late 20s does. I opened Tinder. Swipe, swipe, swipe. A parade of bland smiles, gym selfies, and bios that all sounded vaguely the same. My thumb moved almost mechanically, a desperate attempt to find a flicker of human connection in the digital void. I was not even really looking, just going through the motions, trying to drown out the lingering echoes of that whisper, the phantom chill of that touch. Then, I stopped. My thumb froze over the screen. My heart, which I had not realized was beating so erratically until that moment, lurched. The profile picture staring back at me was not just handsome, it was impossible. His name was Julian. His bio was generic enough: loves hiking, craft beer, good conversation. But his face was anything but generic. It was a face I had not seen in over 20 years. A face I would convince myself was a figment of a lonely child's imagination. He had the same eyes, not just a color, a deep, unsettling shade of blue-green that seemed to shift with the light, but the expression, that knowing, ancient look, far too old for a man who looked to be in his late 20s or early 30s. And his smile a slight, almost imperceptible curve of the lips, a hint of something mischievous, something other lurking just beneath the surface. His hair, dark and just a little too long, falling across his forehead in that familiar way. Even the faint scar above his left eyebrow, barely visible in the picture, was identical. It could not be. It was impossible. My imaginary friend, Silas. The name, unbidden, whispered itself in my mind. Silas. I remembered him so vividly, even though I had not thought about him in years. He would have appeared when I was about 5, a shy, solitary kid in a new house in the suburbs. My parents were busy. My older brother was too cool for me, so Silas became my constant companion. He was always there, just at the edge of my vision, or sitting silently beside me. He looked exactly like a boy my age, maybe a little older, but there was always something off about him. He never seemed to age, not really. And his clothes, though perfectly normal, always looked just a little too clean, too pressed, like he was stepped out of a catalog from another era. He knew things no 5-year-old, imaginary or otherwise, should know. He would tell me about the hidden passages in our old house, secrets even my parents did not know until they stumbled upon them years later. He would describe the people who lived there before us, their lives, their heartbreaks. He would talk about the stars as if he would personally charted them, about the deep ocean as if he would swum its every trench. Our games were not like other kids' games. We did not play house or cops and robbers. Silas preferred to play hide and seek with the shadows, where he would teach me to find the places where the light did not quite reach, where the air felt colder, heavier. He called them thin places, where the veil was weakest. He would tell me to look closely at reflections, not just my own, but in puddles and darkened windows, in polished surfaces. There are always eyes watching, he would say, his voice a soft, dry whisper that only I could hear. Always, he taught me to see them. Or at least, I thought he taught me. Glimpses of movement in the periphery. Fleeting shapes that were not quite human. Faces that dissolved as soon as I focused. I would dismiss it all as a child's overactive imagination, fueled by a strange, unsettling imaginary friend. My parents, after a brief period of concern, decided I would outgrown Silas around the time I started kindergarten. I stopped talking about him, and eventually he faded, a forgotten memory, a strange chapter in my childhood. Until now, until Julian. I stared at the Tinder profile, my finger hovering over the super-like button. A cold sweat prickled my skin. This was not a coincidence. It could not be. The scar, the eyes, the smile, every detail was too precise. My rational mind screamed at me to close the app, to delete my account, to throw my phone into the nearest body of water. But another part of me, that part that had been so desperate for connection, that part that remembered the chilling welcome home, felt a morbid pull, a terrifying curiosity. What if he was Silas? How? Why? Against my better judgment. I swiped right. A match. Of course. A message popped up almost immediately. Well, hello there. Have not we met before? My blood ran cold. It was exactly the kind of playful, vaguely unsettling thing Silas would have said. He always had a knack for making me feel like he knew more than he let on. I typed back, my fingers trembling. I do not think so. You look familiar, though. A lie. A blatant, desperate lie. His reply was swift. Oh, tell me more. Perhaps a past life. Or a childhood memory you have suppressed. The hairs on my arms stood on end. He was toying with me. He knew. What makes you say that? I challenged, trying to sound casual, but my voice, if I had been speaking aloud, would have been a strangled whisper. Just a feeling, he wrote. A strong one. You have that look in your eyes. The one that sees things others do not. I remember it well. My breath hitched. He remembered. There was no doubt now. This was not a coincidence. This was Silas. But how could an imaginary friend become a real man on Tinder? Was I finally, truly losing my mind? Had the events of that terrifying night in the diner finally pushed me over the edge? Who are you? I demanded, my fear turning into a cold, hard knot in my stomach. Julian, he replied simply. But you can call me Silas, if you prefer. It has been a long time, has not it? My name. He knew my name. My actual name. Not just my Tinder handle. My full name. The one I used when I signed up for the app, but which was not displayed. My throat constricted. How do you know my name? I asked, though I already knew the answer. He always knew. I have always known your name. He wrote, and so much more. I have been watching you, waiting. You have grown up, and you have started to remember, to see again. It is beautiful, beautiful. My vision of monstrous faces in pond, the lurking eyes in every reflection, the terrifying entities in the diner that was beautiful to him. What do you want? I demanded, my fear turning into a cold, hard knot in my stomach. To catch up, he said. To reconnect. To finish what we started. How about coffee? Tomorrow. There's a little place downtown, rather quaint. I am sure you would like it. He suggested a diner. My blood ran cold again. The word diner triggered a fresh wave of suppressed terror. The flickering sign, the silent patrons, the old man. No, I typed quickly. Not a diner. His reply came instantly. Ah, right. Of course. My apologies. Some memories are still a bit raw for you, are not they? How about the park? The one with the old willow tree by the small pond. You always loved that spot. The park. The pond. The pond where I would see the first monstrous faces. The ones that had driven me from Liam's house. He was doing this on purpose. He was playing with me, reminding me of my terror. Or maybe he was just guiding me back to where it all began. I should have blocked him. I should have run. But the strange, magnetic pull was too strong. It was the same pull I felt as a child, when Silas would suggest a new, unsettling game. A part of me, the part that was now fundamentally altered by whatever happened in that diner, needed to know, needed answers. Fine. I typed, tomorrow, 3 p.m., by the willow tree. Excellent, he replied. It will be just like old times. I barely slept that night. Every shadow seemed to deepen. Every creak of the floorboards sounded like a whisper. I kept seeing Julian's face, superimposed over Silas's, and then over the dissolving, monstrous face of the old man in the diner. Was it all connected? Was Silas one of them? Had he been all along? Had my imaginary friend been a scout, an observer, an entity preparing me for this? The next day, I dressed carefully, trying to look normal, approachable, not like a woman teetering on the edge of a breakdown. My hands shook as I applied my makeup. Every reflection in the mirror seemed to shimmer, to show fleeting glimpses of something else behind my own eyes. I tried to ignore it. I arrived at the park a few minutes early. The willow tree stood ancient and stoic by the pond, its long branches weeping towards a murky water. The air was cool, carrying the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves. I scanned the area, my heart thumping against my ribs. No one. Then a voice, soft and familiar, spoke from behind me. You are early, always so eager. I spun around. There he was, Julian, or Silas. He stood just a few feet away, leaning against the trunk of the willow tree, a faint, knowing smile playing on his lips. He was even more like Silas in person. The way he held himself, the subtle tilt of his head, the way his eyes seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. He was wearing a simple dark jacket and jeans, but they looked perfect, uncreased, untouched by the mundane world. Silas, I whispered, the name feeling both utterly foreign and deeply ingrained on my tongue. Julian, for now, he corrected gently, stepping towards me. We have to maintain appearances. Do not we, though with you, it is becoming less necessary. He stopped a comfortable distance away, but his presence felt overwhelming, like a physical weight in the air. It is good to see you. My name. You look changed. I am, I said, my voice barely a tremor. After that night in the diner, he nodded slowly. Ah, yes, the diner. A necessary step. You were so close to breaking through. We had to intervene, guide you. You were a little disoriented. Were not you, running aimlessly. You were there. I asked, a fresh wave of nausea washing over me. In a way, he said, his smile widening slightly. I am always there in a way. I have been with you since you were small, observing, learning, preparing. Preparing me for what? He gestured around us at the park, the trees, the distant city skyline. For this, for them, for your true purpose. You are a bridge. My name, a rare, precious bridge between our world and yours. And now, you are finally ready to fully cross. I do not understand. I stammered, though a horrifying clarity was starting to dawn. The pieces of the nightmare, the suppressed memories, the chilling welcome home, they were all clicking into place. You will, he promised. He took a step closer. His eyes, those unsettling blue-green eyes, seemed to swirl, their depth becoming infinite. Remember our games. Hide and seek with the shadows, looking for the thin places. I was not teaching you to play. My name, I was teaching you to perceive, to open your mind to what truly exists beyond the mundane. He reached out a hand, mirroring the old man in the diner. My instinct screamed at me to run, but my feet felt rooted to the spot. A strange calm had settled over me, a terrifying resignation. You saw the faces in the pond. Did not you? He continued, his voice softer now, almost hypnotic. The eyes and the reflections. The monsters that hunted you. They were not monsters. My name. Not truly. They were simply aspects. Manifestation. Reaching out. And you, unique among your kind, could see them. You could feel them. His hand, pale and slender, hovered inches from my face. I could feel a faint chill radiating from it. And then the diner. He went on, a note of satisfaction in his voice. The placeholders. The old man. He showed you the truth, did not he? The maw, the vortex. The essence of what we are. And in your own reflection, you saw it. The nascent form. The blooming within you. The change. He finally touched my cheek. His skin was cold, smooth, utterly devoid of human warmth. A jolt, not pain, but profound, unsettling sensation shot through me. It felt like my very essence was being drawn out, or something else was being poured in. That nascent form was us awakening within you, he explained, his voice now a resonant hum that seemed to vibrate through my bones. That blooming was your true nature finally asserting itself. You are not just a bridge. My name. You are becoming a vessel, a gateway, a conduit. My vision blurred. The park around us seemed to waver, the colors shifting, the edges of reality fraying. The willow tree's branches twisted into grotesque, claw-like forms. The pond surface churned, and I saw them again, the monstrous, unblinking eyes, hundreds of them, swirling just beneath the surface, staring up at me. But this time they were not terrifying. They were familiar, welcoming. The old man said I was the prize. I whispered, my voice hoarse. Silas, or Julian, or whatever he truly was, smiled. It was no longer a human smile. His lips stretched too wide, revealing teeth that seemed too sharp, too numerous. His eyes were no longer blue-green, but swirling vortexes of black and purple, reflecting the alien forms that now writhed in the pond. Indeed, he hissed, his voice now multi-layered, a chorus of whispers that echoed from everywhere and nowhere. The ultimate prize. The bridge that becomes a destination. The knowledge we seek, it is you. Your perception. Your consciousness. Your very existence woven into ours. The world dissolved. The park, the trees, the sky, they melted away like watercolors in the rain. I was standing in an infinite void, a swirling expanse of impossible colors and shifting geometries. And all around me, in every direction, were the entities. The monsters from the pond, the lurking eyes from every reflection, the vortex of alien forms from the diner. They were vast, incomprehensible, beautiful in their terrifying otherness. They were everywhere, and I was among them. Silas's face, still holding that impossible smile, was the only constant. But it was not just his face anymore. It was many faces merging and separating, flowing like liquid. He was them, and they were him. Welcome home. My name, the chorus of voices whispered, enveloping me. You are no longer prey. You are no longer the prize. You are us. And then, I felt it. The nascent form within me, the blooming intensified. It was not just within me, it was becoming me. My own reflection, shimmering in the swirling void, showed not my face, but a nascent form, a miniature vortex, an eye opening to infinity. My human self, my memories, my fears, they were dissolving, blending into the vast consciousness of these entities. I was no longer an individual. I was a part of the collective, a single perceiving facet of their boundless being. The terror was gone, replaced by a profound, chilling sense of belonging. The madness I would fear was simply the transition. The seeing was merely my eyes adjusting to the true reality. The becoming something else entirely was complete. I was no longer my name. I was an extension, a new lens through which they could experience. I was the bridge, and I had become the gateway. And as my consciousness expanded, merging with theirs, I understood this was not the end of my story. It was the absolute horrifying beginning of theirs, through me, and I could feel them, eager, hungry, reaching out through my newly opened senses, ready to explore the world I once called my own, ready to consume it, ready to bring everyone else home too. So, I was pretty much done with dating apps. Swipe, 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 endless small talk that went nowhere, awkward first dates that felt more like job interviews, and a general sense of soul-crushing disappointment. I was about to delete my profile for good when Sarah messaged me. Her profile picture was stunning bright, intelligent eyes, a genuine smile, and a cascade of auburn hair. Her bio was witty, referencing a few obscure bands I liked and a love for old horror movies. We started chatting, and it was easy, conversational, funny, no forced pleasantries. We talked for hours over text, and I found myself feeling something I had not in a long time, genuine hope. We decided to meet for dinner on a Friday night. I picked a cozy Italian place downtown, figuring it was a safe, classic choice for a first date. I got there a few minutes early, heart doing a little nervous flutter, and settled into a booth by the window. She walked in exactly on time, and my jaw almost hit the table. She was even more beautiful in person, taller than I expected, with a graceful way of moving and those same warm, intelligent eyes. She was wearing a simple black dress that somehow managed to be elegant without trying too hard. "Alex," she asked, her voice a soft melody, a little huskier than I would imagine from our calls. "Sarah, hey," I managed, standing up a little too quickly, almost knocking over my water glass. I felt like a clumsy teenager. She laughed, a light, genuine sound that instantly put me at ease. "It is good to finally meet you." The date was, for lack of a better word, perfect. We talked about everything: our jobs, our families, our weird hobbies, our dreams. She was sharp, engaging, and had a fantastic sense of humor. She listened intently when I spoke, her eyes never straying, and her responses were always thoughtful. There were no awkward silences, no forced topics. It flowed. It felt right. After about an hour and a half, I excused myself to use the restroom. The men's room was small and clean, and I splashed some cold water on my face, looking at my reflection in the mirror. I actually looked happy. A genuine smile. I felt a surge of optimism. Maybe, just maybe, this was it. As I walked back to our table, I passed a large decorative mirror on the wall, framed with intricate dark wood. It was positioned perfectly to reflect the entire dining room. I glanced at it casually, just to check my hair or something, and that is when I saw it. Sarah was still sitting at our table, laughing at something I must have said just before I left. Her head was tilted back slightly, her mouth open in a joyful, uninhibited laugh. But in the mirror, her reflection, it was different. The smile was too wide. Her lips were stretched further than they should have, been pulling back from her teeth in a way that looked less like mirth and more like a predatory bearing. Her eyes, usually so warm and inviting, were cold in reflection, glinting with an almost reptilian stillness. There was no joy there, only a chilling, calculating amusement. It was as if a different, far older, and infinitely more sinister entity was peering out from behind her beautiful face. My steps faltered. I blinked hard and looked again. The reflection was gone. Only the wall behind her was visible in the mirror's frame, and Sarah herself was sitting, now looking down at her menu, a soft, natural smile playing on her lips. The image had vanished as quickly as it appeared, like a glitch in my vision. I shook my head, trying to clear it. Too much wine. "Alex," or maybe I am just tired, or I am so desperate for this to be real that my brain is playing tricks on me. I walked back to the table, forcing a casual air, and slid back into the booth. Everything all right? Sarah asked, looking up with a perfectly normal, concerned expression. Yeah, fine. Just spaced out for a second. I lied, feeling a knot of unease tighten in my stomach. I tried to push the image out of my mind, to focus on her real, beautiful face across from me. It had to be nothing. A trick of the light, an optical illusion, a fleeting moment of my own anxiety manifesting. We finished dinner, and the conversation picked up right where it left off. I tried to convince myself that what I would see was just my imagination. Sarah was wonderful. She was everything I would hope for. I could not be mere hallucination of her. After dinner, she suggested we go for a drink at a small, cozy bar a few blocks away. It was a place I knew, with low lighting and exposed brick walls and a long, polished wooden bar that ran the length of the room. Perfect for a late-night drink and more conversation. We found 2 stools at the end of the bar, away from the main crowd. The bar had a massive mirror behind it, reflecting all the bottles, the bartender, and a blurry image of patrons. I tried not to look at it, but my eyes kept darting towards it subconsciously. We ordered drinks, and the conversation continued to flow easily. Sarah was telling me a funny story about a disastrous camping trip she once took. She was animated, gesturing with her hands, her eyes sparkling with laughter. I found myself genuinely enjoying her company, and the unease from the restaurant began to fade. Then, I deliberately told a joke. It was a silly, slightly self-deprecating one, designed to elicit a laugh. Sarah threw her head back, her laugh echoing softly in the dim bar. As she did, I subtly shifted my gaze, just a fraction of an inch, to the bar mirror behind her, and there was again. Her reflection in the mirror was still, laughing, but it was not her laugh. It was a silent, stretching, unnatural rictus. The smile was too wide, too sharp, revealing teeth that seemed just a little too long, a little too pointed. Her eyes in the reflection were not sparkling with mirth. They were black, depthless pools, fixated on me with an intensity that made my blood run cold. It was not the warm gaze of someone enjoying a joke. It was a calculating stare of a predator assessing its prey. And this time, it lingered. For a full 3, maybe 4 agonizing seconds. The reflection held that grotesque, silent smile, its eyes boring into mine, while the real Sarah in front of me was still laughing, her face a picture of innocent amusement. Then, just as before, it vanished. The reflection snapped back to normal, a blurry, innocent image of Sarah laughing. I blinked, my heart hammering against my ribs. My drink suddenly felt like lead in my hand. Alex, you okay? Sarah asked, her laughter subsiding, a small frown creasing her brow. You look like you've seen a ghost. I forced a smile, trying to keep my voice steady. No, I am fine. Just the lighting in here. It is playing tricks with my eyes. You know, reflections and all that. I tried to sound casual, but my voice came out a little too strained, a little too high-pitched. Sarah just nodded, a slight, knowing smile on her lips. It does have a certain ambience, she said, her eyes meeting mine. For a moment, I thought I saw a flicker of that coldness in her actual eyes, but it was gone before I could be sure. The rest of the evening at the bar was a blur of forced politeness on my part. I kept trying to rationalize it. Maybe it is a subtle facial tic she has that only shows up at certain angles. No, that is ridiculous. It was too distinct, too wrong. My mind raced, trying to find any logical explanation, but none fit. The image of that stretched, malevolent smile, those dead eyes, was burned into my mind. I started noticing other things about Sarah. Small things that alone meant nothing, but now, filtered through the lens of my growing paranoia, seemed deeply unsettling. Her movements were almost too graceful, too precise, like a dancer or a marionette. Her voice, while still melodic, sometimes had a subtle, almost imperceptible shift in tone, a momentary flatness that lasted only a fraction of a second before her natural warmth returned. When she looked at me, her gaze sometimes lingered a beat too long, not in an endearing way, but in a way that felt like she was studying me, dissecting me. I wanted to leave. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to make an excuse, to get out of there, to run. But I was trapped by politeness, by the social contract of a first date, and perhaps most terrifyingly by a morbid curiosity. I needed to know what was happening. I needed to see it again, to confirm I was not losing my mind. Around midnight, Sarah put her hand on my arm, her touch surprisingly cold, despite her warm smile. "It is getting late," she said. "Would you like to come back to my place for a nightcap? I have some excellent whiskey." My gut clenched. Every alarm bell in my head screamed no, but my mouth, betraying me, said, "Sure, that sounds nice." I was a lamb walking willingly to the slaughter, drawn by an irresistible, horrifying fascination. Her apartment was not far, a short walk to the quiet, dimly lit streets. It was in a modern building, sleek and minimalist. Her place itself was exactly what you would expect from the exterior: clean, sparsely decorated, with an almost clinical precision. There were no personal touches, no photos, no clutter. It felt less like a home and more like a showroom. The air inside was cool, almost sterile, and carried a faint, unidentifiable scent, like ozone mixed with something metallic. "Make yourself comfortable," she said, gesturing to a pristine white sofa. "I will get the whiskey." I sat down, my hands clasped tightly together, trying to appear relaxed. My eyes scanned the room, searching. And then I saw it. On the wall, opposite the sofa, in the short hallway leading to what I assumed was her bedroom, was another mirror. This one was large, floor to ceiling, framed in polished chrome. It reflected the entire living room, including Sarah as she moved toward the kitchen, and my own pale, anxious face. She came back with 2 crystal tumblers, each filled with a generous pour of dark amber liquid. She handed me one, her fingers brushing mine. They were still cold. "Cheers," she said, raising her glass. Her smile was perfect, warm, inviting. "Cheers," I echoed, taking a cautious sip. The whiskey was good, smooth, but I barely tasted it. All my attention was on that mirror. We talked for a few more minutes, about nothing in particular. My mind was racing, trying to figure out how to engineer another reflection moment. I needed to see it clearly, without doubt, without interruption. I needed to know if I was insane, or if Sarah was something else. "You know," I began, trying to keep my voice light, "I think I might have seen you in a movie once. You have that kind of face. Really striking." It was a clumsy compliment, designed to make her react, to make her smile. She laughed, a low, throaty sound that sent a shiver down my spine. "Oh, I doubt that. I am not an actress." Her smile widened, a beautiful, natural curve of her lips. This was my chance. My eyes, almost imperceptibly, flicked to the mirror behind her, and there it was. Not a trick of the light this time. Not a fleeting glimpse. This was clear, undeniable, and utterly horrifying. Sarah's reflection in the mirror was not smiling. Not even the grotesque, wide smile I would seen before. Her reflection was staring directly at me, its face devoid of any emotion, a blank porcelain mask. Its eyes in the mirror were not Sarah's warm, intelligent eyes. They were completely black, like polished obsidian, reflecting nothing but my own terrified face. And then the reflection moved. Slowly, deliberately. The real Sarah was still talking, her mouth moving, her face serene. But her reflection in the mirror winked at me. A slow, conspiratorial blink of one black, unblinking eye. Then a slow, horrifying smile began to spread across the reflection's face. It was not the wide, predatory smile I would seen before. This smile was even worse. It was a slow, deliberate stretching of the lips, revealing teeth that were now undeniably sharp, like tiny, glistening needles. It was a smile that promised agony, a smile that conveyed a chilling, ancient malevolence. And then, as if to confirm my worst fears, the reflection's head tilted slightly, independently of the real Sarah's body. And from between those impossibly sharp teeth, a long, black, segmented tongue slowly, deliberately extended. It was thin like a whip, and it flickered once, tasting the air, before retracting back into Reflection's mouth. My breath caught in my throat. My heart pounded so hard I thought it might burst through my chest. The whiskey glass slipped from my numb fingers, hitting the pristine white carpet with a dull thud. The liquid spread, a dark, staining puddle. The real Sarah stopped talking. Her head tilted, exactly as her reflections had. Her beautiful, warm smile vanished, replaced by a neutral, almost bored expression. Her eyes, still the familiar hazel, fixed on the spreading stain on her carpet. "Oh, dear," she said, her voice now completely devoid of warmth, flat and monotone like a recording. "That is a shame. This is new." I scrambled to my feet, knocking over the empty whiskey bottle on the coffee table. My legs felt like jelly, but adrenaline surged through me. I have to go," I stammered, backing away toward the door. "I am really sorry about the carpet. I will pay for the cleaning." Her head snapped up, her eyes finally losing their warmth. They were not black like the reflections, but they were now cold, hard, and utterly without empathy. The mask had finally slipped. "Oh, you are not going anywhere. Alex," she said, her voice dropping to a low, guttural growl that resonated deep in my bones. It was a sound that did not belong to a human throat. As she spoke, I saw it, the subtle shift in her face. The skin around her eyes seemed to tighten, pulling back just slightly, making her eyes appear larger, more intense. Her lips would have been so soft and inviting, thinned, stretching taut over her teeth. They were not sharp yet, not like the reflections, but I could see the faint outline of something harder, denser, beneath the surface. I lunged for the door, my hand fumbling with the lock. It was a modern smart lock, a keypad. My fingers trembled, hitting the wrong numbers. Sarah was suddenly in front of me, blocking my escape. She moved with impossible speed, a blur of black dress and auburn hair. Her face was inches from mine. The transformation was more pronounced now. Her eyes were no longer hazel. They were a dull, milky gray, the pupils barely visible. Her skin was taut, almost translucent, and I could see faint, pulsing blue veins beneath the surface. Her breath, when she spoke, was cold and smelled faintly of something acrid, like old metal and dust. "Such a waste," she whispered, her voice a dry, rasping hiss. "So much potential. And you figured it out so quickly." I tried to push past her, but her hand shot out, grabbing my arm. Her grip was like iron, her fingers digging into my flesh, cold and unyielding. I cried out, struggling against her, but she was impossibly strong. "Do not worry," she hissed, her face contorting into that truly terrifying, wide smile, the one I would seen in the mirror. Her teeth were now undeniably long, pointed like a shark's. "You will be much happier this way." Behind her, in the floor-to-ceiling mirror, her reflection was no longer just a reflection. It was a living, breathing entity, its black eyes burning with malevolent glee. It was reaching out, its long, segmented tongue flicking rapidly, its sharp, toothed mouth open in a silent, hungry scream. The mirror's surface began to ripple, like disturbed water, and the reflection started to step out of glass, a shadowy, distorted version of Sarah, its limbs elongating, its fingers tipped with wicked claws. The real Sarah pulled me closer, her grip tightening, her strength overwhelming. My vision started to blur at the edges, a cold numbness spreading through my body. I could feel something pressing against my neck, a sharp, piercing pain. "A beautiful specimen," she rasped, her voice a symphony of ancient hunger, so vibrant, so full of life. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. My body went limp. I felt a cold, draining sensation, like my very essence was being siphoned away. The last thing I saw, through blurring, fading eyes, was Sarah's face, now fully transformed into a monstrous parody of humanity, her sharp teeth buried deep in my neck. And behind her, the reflection, now fully emerged from the mirror, its black eyes shining with triumph, its long, black tongue licking its lips. Then darkness. When I opened my eyes again, the world was a dull, muted gray. The air was cold, and the scent of ozone and metal was overpowering. I was standing in front of a mirror, a large, chrome-framed mirror. I looked at my reflection. It was me. My face, my hair, my clothes. But something was wrong. My eyes, in the mirror, were entirely black, like polished obsidian. And a slow, wide smile began to spread across my reflection's face. A smile that stretched too far, revealing teeth that were too long, too sharp. I tried to move, to speak, but my body felt heavy, unresponsive. I was trapped. I was looking at my reflection, but it was not me anymore. It was smiling, a cold, predatory smile, and I could feel my lips stretching, mimicking the reflection's grotesque grin. And then my reflection in the mirror slowly, deliberately winked at me. And from between those impossibly sharp teeth, a long, black, segmented tongue slowly extended, tasting the air. All right, so this happened to me a few years back, and even just thinking about it now, the hair on the back of my neck stands up. It is one of those stories that sounds completely insane, like something out of a bad horror movie. But I swear on everything I hold dear, it is all true. And it is why I do not really do online dating anymore. Or, hell, any dating at all, if I am honest. It started like a lot of these things do, swiping through a dating app, bored on a Friday night. I was not looking for anything serious, just a casual dinner, maybe some drinks, a break from my usual routine. That is when I saw Sarah's profile. She was beautiful, no doubt about it. Bright, intelligent eyes, a kind smile, a cascade of dark, wavy hair. Her profile mentioned a love for obscure indie films, hiking, and late-night drives. We matched, and her first message was witty, engaging. We hit it off immediately. Our first date was at a pretty standard Italian place in the city. She was even more captivating in person. We talked for hours, the conversation flowing effortlessly from one topic to another. She had this laugh that was infectious, and a way of looking at you when you spoke that made you feel like you were the only person in the room. I was completely charmed. By the end of the night, I was already looking forward to our second date. That is when things started to get weird. Not in an obvious way at first, just subtle. As we were walking out, she mentioned something about a hidden gem, a place she knew way out of the city, perfect for stargazing. It is a bit of a drive, she said, her eyes twinkling, but absolutely worth it. The sky out there is unlike anything you have ever seen. I was intrigued. Sounded romantic, adventurous. Sounds amazing. I told her, just send me the address. She just smiled. Oh, it is not really an address kind of place. It is more of a you have to know how to get there. Tell you what, I will drive. We can grab some coffee, pick up some snacks, and then head out. It will be an adventure. Looking back, that should have been my first red flag. Not having an address for a place you are driving someone to. But I was so caught up in her charm, in the idea of a spontaneous, romantic evening, that I just brushed it off. I figured it was some local secret. A dirt road leading to a private overlook that had not been mapped yet. Maybe an old logging trail. I mean, I live in a pretty rural area, lots of back roads. It was not entirely unheard of. So, the following Saturday, she picked me up. It was a clear, cool evening, perfect for stargazing. She was driving an older model SUV, nothing fancy, but clean and well-maintained. We stopped at a coffee shop, grabbed some lattes, and then a grocery store for a bag of chips, some candy. The usual road trip snacks. The conversation was just as easy as our first date. She asked about my work, my hobbies, my family. She seemed genuinely interested, and I found myself opening up to her in a way I had not with anyone in a long time. We headed out of the city, the skyscrapers slowly giving way to suburban sprawl, then to smaller towns, and eventually open countryside. The sun was just starting to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and purple. It was beautiful. So, where exactly are we going? I asked, trying to sound casual, but a small part of me was already curious about this mystery destination. She glanced at me, a quick, enigmatic smile playing on her lips. You will see. It is a surprise. Trust me, it is worth the drive. I shrugged, a little thrill of anticipation running through me. I pulled out my phone, thinking I would at least check our general direction, maybe get a sense of how far we were going. I opened Google Maps, typed in my current location, and watched the little blue move along the familiar network of highways and state routes. For a while, everything seemed normal. We were on Route 9, then turned onto County Road 52. Standard stuff. But then, she took a turn onto a road that was narrower. It was still paved, but the asphalt was cracked and patched, and the trees on either side seemed to close in, forming a tunnel of dark green. This is it, she said, her voice a little lower, a little more excited. We are getting close. I looked at my phone again. The blue dot on my map was still on County Road 52, but the road we were on now was not there. My phone showed us cutting straight through a dense patch of forest with no road indicated. I frowned. My GPS is not picking this up. Must be a new road or a private one. Sarah just chuckled. Something like that. It is an old road. Most maps do not show it anymore. It used to lead to an old hunting lodge. I think that made sense. I thought old logging roads or hunting trails often were not properly mapped. I put my phone down, figuring it would eventually reroute or catch up. The light was fading fast now, the last vestiges of sunset disappearing behind the thick canopy of trees. The air in the car grew cooler, and a strange silence settled between us, broken only by the hum of the engine and the occasional crunch of gravel beneath the tires. Gravel. I looked down. The paved road had given way to a dirt track, barely wide enough for one car. It was uneven, rutted, and the branches overhead scraped against the roof of the SUV. We were deep in the woods now. No streetlights, no houses, just endless trees. Are you sure we are going the right way? I asked, a sliver of unease starting to prickle at me. It was darker than I expected, and the woods felt ancient. Heavy. Absolutely. Sarah said, her voice calm, confident. Almost there. I picked up my phone again. The signal bars were gone. Just a tiny X where the bars should be. I tried to refresh Google Maps, but it just showed a blank gray screen with a message no connection. I tried APBO Maps, then Waze. Same thing. Nothing. My heart started to pound a little faster. This was not right. Even in the most remote areas I would been, I could usually get some kind of signal, even if it was weak. And the road, it still was not showing up. My location was a blue floating aimlessly in a vast expanse of green on the map. No roads around it. Hey, Sarah. I tried to keep my voice light, but I could feel the tension building in my chest. My phone's completely dead out here. No signal, and my map still is not showing this road. She glanced at me, her face illuminated by the faint glow of the dashboard. Her smile was still there, but it seemed a little fixed, a little too wide in the dim light. Oh, that is normal out here. It is pretty remote. It is part of the charm, really. No distractions. No distractions. That is what she said. But the lack of signal, the unmapped road, the deepening darkness, it was all becoming a very big distraction. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. I looked out the window. The trees were dense, their branches gnarled and twisted, silhouetted against a sky that was now completely black. I could not see any stars, just the oppressive darkness. We drove on. It felt like forever. The dirt road seemed to stretch endlessly, winding through what felt like an identical landscape of dark trees. I started to notice things. The way the headlights seemed to cut through the darkness, but never quite reached the edge of the forest. The way the air outside the car felt strangely still. No rustling leaves, no chirping crickets. Just an unnatural quiet. How much further? I asked, my voice betraying more my anxiety than I intended. Not much, she replied, her gaze fixed on the road ahead. Just a few more minutes. But it was not a few more minutes. It felt like 10, then 20. I started keeping track of time on my watch. We had been on this unmapped dirt road for almost an hour now. An hour of driving through absolute darkness, with nothing but trees on either side. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe her GPS was better. Maybe she had downloaded offline maps. But she was not using a GPS. She was just driving, completely confident, as if she knew every twist and turn of this non-existent path by heart. Sarah, seriously, I said, try to keep the panic out of my voice. I am starting to get a little unnerved. This road, it does not exist. I have tried every map app I have. It is not on any of them. Are you absolutely sure this is the right way? She finally turned her head to look at me, and for the first time, her smile faltered. Her eyes, usually so warm and inviting, seemed to reflect the dim dashboard lights in an unsettling way, like a cat's eyes in the dark. There was a flicker of something in them I could not quite place. Annoyance. Something colder. Of course, it is the right way. Alex, she said, her voice still calm, but with an edge I had not heard before. Do you not trust me? That question hit me hard. It was manipulative, designed to make me feel guilty for my completely valid concerns. It is not about trust. Sarah, I said, trying to regain my composure. It is just this is really far out. And I am not comfortable not knowing where we are. She just turned back to the road, her lips pressed into a thin line. The air in the car thickened with unspoken tension. I felt a cold dread begin to coil in my stomach. This was not an adventure anymore. This was something else entirely. I tried to open the door just to see if it would open, if I could get out if I needed to. The handle clicked, but the door remained firmly shut. I tried again, pulling harder. Nothing. Child locks. Of course. Or maybe it was more than that. The doors are locked. I said, my voice barely a whisper. Safety first. Alex, she said, without looking at me, it is a long drive. Would not want you falling out. My mind raced. This was it. This was the moment I realized I was in real trouble. My heart was thumping against my ribs like a trapped bird. I looked out the window again. The trees seemed to press even closer, their branches like skeletal fingers reaching for the car. I thought I saw movement in the shadows, something large and dark, just beyond the reach of the headlights. A deer, or something else. The road itself started to feel wrong. I swore we had passed that same gnarled oak tree with a broken branch twice. Then a little further down, a dilapidated, leaning shack, barely visible through the undergrowth. A few minutes later, I saw it again, the exact same shack. My breath hitched in my throat. Sarah, did we just pass that shack already? She did not answer. Her grip on the steering wheel seemed to tighten, her knuckles white. Her eyes were still fixed on the road, but her expression was unreadable. Sarah, I almost yelled. We are going in circles. Or this road is looping back on itself. What is going on? Turn around. Now, her head snapped toward me, and her eyes, they were not human anymore. They glowed with a faint, unnatural green light, like bioluminescent algae. Her smile returned, wider than before, stretching her lips unnaturally, revealing teeth that seem a little too long, a little too sharp. We are almost there. Alex, she purred, her voice a low, guttural whisper that was nothing like the charming voice I had heard just hours ago. Do not you want to see the stars? Terror, raw and primal, seized me. I scrambled for my phone, instinctively wanted to call for help, but it was still a dead brick in my hand. I tried to pull at the door handle again, frantically, desperately. It would not budge. I pounded on the window, but the sound was muffled by the thick glass. The car seemed to speed up, though the engine did not sound any louder. The trees outside became a blur, their forms indistinct, like dark specters rushing past. The air inside the SUV grew cold, colder than the outside night, a bone-chilling cold that seeped into my very marrow. I could see my breath fogging in front of me. Then, through the blur of trees, I saw something else. Figures. Translucent, shimmering forms moving among the trees, their shapes indistinct but undeniably human. They seemed to be watching us, their silent forms sliding through the darkness, following the car. Their eyes, or where their eyes should be, were pinpricks of light in the gloom. What are those things? I screamed, pointing a trembling finger. Sarah just laughed. It was not her infectious, charming laugh. It was a dry, rustling sound, like dead leaves skittering across a gravestone. They are waiting, she whispered, her voice layered now, as if multiple voices were speaking through her. Waiting for you. The road finally ended. Not at a scenic overlook, not at a hidden cabin. It ended in a clearing, a vast, circular clearing, surrounded by the same dark, ancient trees. And in the center of the clearing, there was something else. It was not a house. It was not a cabin. It was a structure, like a monument, but organic. It looked like it was made of twisted, petrified wood, but it pulsed with faint, sickly green light, the same color as Sarah's eyes. It spiraled upwards, reaching into black sky, its branches or tendrils intertwining to form grotesque shapes that vaguely resemble faces, mouths agape in silent screams. And around this monstrous structure, parked in a haphazard circle, were cars. Dozens of them. Old, rusted-out vehicles. Some partially overgrown with moss and vines. Others looking like they had been abandoned just yesterday. But all of them were empty. And all of them, I realized with a sickening lurch, were facing the structure, as if their drivers had just gotten out and walked towards it. Sarah brought the SUV to a smooth stop, directly facing the pulsating structure. The engine cut out, and the sudden silence was deafening, broken only by the frantic pounding of my own heart. The air in the clearing was heavy, thick with the smell of damp earth, decaying leaves, and something else, something metallic and sweet, like old blood. Welcome, Alex, Sarah said, her voice now a chilling chorus of whispers, a symphony of unseen voices echoing through her. Her face was still smiling, but her eyes were completely green, glowing with an internal light. Her skin seemed paler, almost translucent in the eerie glow emanating from the structure. I stared at the monument, my mind reeling, trying to make sense of the nightmare unfolding around me. The twisted forms seemed to writhe and shift, the faces in wood contorting into expressions of agony and despair. And then I saw them, more of the translucent figures, emerging from the trees, gliding silently toward the cars. Towards us. They were not solid, but they cast long, wavering shadows in the green light. What is this place? I choked out, my voice raw with fear. Sarah unbuckled her seatbelt. Her movements were fluid, unnervingly graceful. This is where the laws come to rest, she whispered, her gaze sweeping over the clearing, over the abandoned cars, over the approaching figures. Where their stories are collected. She reached for my seatbelt, her hand cold as ice, her fingers long and slender, tipped with nails that seemed a little too sharp. I flinched away, pressing myself against the passenger door. Do not touch me, I yelled, pushing her hand away. I fumbled for the door handle again, pulling with all my might. This time, to my surprise, it clicked open. A surge of desperate hope flooded through me. I threw open the door and scrambled out of the SUV, my legs wobbly beneath me. The cold air hit me like a physical blow, and the smell of the clearing intensified, making my stomach churn. "Alex, where are you going?" Sarah's voice was calm, almost amused. She was in and out of the car now, too, moving with an unsettling slowness. I did not answer. I just ran. I ran toward the tree lean, away from the pulsating structure, away from Sarah, away from the silent, approaching figures. I did not care where I was going, just away. The trees were a wall of darkness, but I plunged into them, desperate. Branches whipped at my face, roots tripped my feet, but I kept running, fueled by pure adrenaline. I could hear Sarah's voice calling my name, but it sounded distant, fading, as if the forest itself was muffling it. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs ached, until I thought I would collapse. I did not know how long I was running, minutes, hours. It was impossible to tell in the absolute darkness. The trees seemed to close in around me, the path disappearing, the ground becoming uneven and treacherous. Suddenly, I burst through a thick patch of undergrowth and stumbled into another clearing. My heart plummeted into my stomach. It was the same clearing, the same monstrous, pulsating structure in the center, the same circle of abandoned cars. And Sarah, standing by her SUV, watching me, her green eyes glowing, her smile wide and predatory. The translucent figures were closer now, emerging from the woods on all sides, their forms clearer, more distinct. They were gaunt, shimmering figures, their faces indistinct, but their outstretched hands were painfully clear, reaching for me. "You can't escape. Alex," Sarah whispered, her voice a chorus of the lost. "This place, it does not let anyone leave. You are part of the collection now." I looked around frantically, searching for an exit, a way out. But the trees were a seamless wall, an impossible maze. The air grew even colder, and I could feel the presence of the translucent figures all around me, their cold energy seeping into my skin. One of them reached me first. A hand, cold and insubstantial, passed through my arm. It did not hurt, but it felt like a jolt of ice, a draining sensation, as if something was being pulled from me. My vision blurred. My knees buckled. More figures closed in, their shimmering forms surrounding me, their cold hands passing through my body, pulling, tugging at something deep inside me. I could feel my strength draining away, my thoughts becoming hazy, my very essence being siphoned off. I looked at Sarah one last time. Her smile was triumphant. Her eyes burned with that sickly green light. She raised a hand, and the monstrous structure in the center of the clearing pulsed brighter, emitting a low, resonant hum that vibrated to the ground through my bones. "Another story for the collection," she whispered, her voice echoing around the clearing, layered with 1,000 other whispers, 1,000 other voices, all speaking my name. "Welcome, Alex." And then everything went cold. Not just a physical cold, but a cold that permeated my mind, my memories, my very being. I felt myself dissolving, fading, becoming one with the whispers, one with the translucent figures. My vision swam, and the last thing I saw was Sarah's smiling face and the glowing, monstrous structure beckoning. I do not know how long I have been here. Time does not really exist in the same way. I am one of them now, one of the lost, one of the stories. I drift through the clearing, through the unmapped woods, a shimmering echo of who I once was. I see the other figures, the other victims, their faces indistinct, their memories fading. Sometimes, I catch glimpses of my old life, fleeting images of my apartment, my friends, my family, but they are distant like dreams. And sometimes, I see her, Sarah. She still drives the SUV, still charming, still beautiful, still luring new people down the road that does not exist. I see her pull up a new victim in the passenger seat, full of hope and anticipation. And I see the terror bloom on their faces as they realize the truth. I am just another whisper in the chorus now, another part of the collection. And I know, with a certainty that chills me my core, that there will always be more. Always more stories. Always more names for the road that leads to nowhere. Always more lost souls for the place that feeds on them. And the next time you swipe right or accept a mysterious invitation, just remember some roads are better left untraveled. Some secrets are better left unknown. Because sometimes the person across from you is not looking for a date. They are looking for a story. And you might just be the next one. It is funny, the things you remember when you are staring down the barrel of a lifetime of paranoia. For me, it is the smell of that Italian restaurant, a mix of garlic, oregano, and cheap red wine, and the way the fairy lights strung across the ceiling made Sarah's eyes sparkle. It was our first date, and for a solid hour it felt normal. Better than normal, actually. I am Alex, by the way, 32, graphic designer, and at the time, utterly fed up with the dating scene. Tinder had become a wasteland of awkward small talk and even more awkward silences. So when I matched with Sarah, and she actually seemed to possess a personality beyond a string of emojis, I was cautiously optimistic. She was pretty, in a slightly unconventional way, dark, curly hair, bright green eyes that seemed a little too wide, and a smile that was both charming and a touch unsettling, like she knew a secret joke no one else did. But I brushed that off as my own cynicism. Everyone has quirks, right? We met at Gino's, a local spot that was usually bustling but never too loud. Perfect for a first date. We talked about our jobs, our hobbies, the usual getting to know you stuff. She was a librarian, which I found endearing. She loved old books, the smell of paper and dust. I told her about my design work, the frustrations and the small victories. The conversation flowed genuinely. I found myself laughing, something I had not done on a date in a long time. I actually thought, for a moment, that maybe, just maybe, this was it. This was the one who was not going to ghost me after 2 weeks or turn out to be a crypto bro in disguise. We were nearing the end of our meal, a plate of half-eaten pasta between us, when it happened for the first time. There was a brief lull in our conversation. A waiter dropped a tray of cutlery nearby, the clatter echoing momentarily, and in that split second of quiet, I heard it, a soft whisper, almost swallowed by the ambient restaurant noise. Ilara Vance. I blinked. I am sorry, what was that? I asked, leaning forward slightly. Sarah looked at me, her wide green eyes blinking slowly. What? She asked, a slight frown creasing her brow. You just said a name. Ilara Vance. She chuckled, a light, airy sound. Oh, did I? Must have been the noise. Sometimes I just think out loud. Or maybe I was just thinking about a character in a book I am reading. You know, a fantasy novel, full of strange names. She shrugged, a dismissive gesture. Sorry about that. Distracting. I know. I wanted to press it, but it seemed so trivial. And she seemed genuinely apologetic, if a little vague. I chalked it up to nerves, or maybe just a quirky habit. We all have them. I let it go. We finished our meal, paid the bill, and walked out into cool night air feeling like it had been a surprisingly good evening. We even made plans for a second date, a walk in the park, followed by coffee. Later that night, back in my apartment, the buzz of a successful date still lingering, I found myself idly scrolling through my phone. My thumb hovered over the search bar. Ilara Vance. The name had stuck with me, a little burr under the saddle of an otherwise pleasant memory. Curiosity. I guess. I typed it in. The first result made my blood run cold. Local woman disappears without a trace. Ilara Vance. 24, last seen 5 years ago near Willow Creek State Park. There was a picture, a smiling young woman with bright, hopeful eyes. My stomach tightened. Willow Creek State Park was only about 20 minutes from where we would have been having dinner. I stared at the screen, the glowing text mocking me. It had to be a coincidence. A truly bizarre, unsettling coincidence. But coincidence nonetheless. There are thousands of names in the world. Sarah, a librarian who reads fantasy novels, could easily have stumbled across a news article or a cold case file. Right? I tried to convince myself of that. But the image of Sarah's distant gaze, the almost imperceptible shift in her demeanor when she would whisper the name, kept replaying in my mind. Sleep did not come easy that night, despite the growing unease. I found myself looking forward to the second date. Part of me wanted to believe it was nothing, that I was overthinking it. Another part, the part that was already hooked, wanted to see her again, to test the waters, to maybe even find out what was going on. I told myself it was curiosity, but deep down, I think it was something else. A morbid fascination, perhaps. Our second date was a beautiful autumn afternoon. The park was ablaze with reds and golds, leaves crunching underfoot. Sarah was just as charming as before, her laughter echoing through the trees. We talked about everything and nothing, the conversation light and easy. For a while, I almost forgot about Alara Vance. Almost. We stopped by a small, tranquil pond, the surface reflecting the clear blue sky. Sarah leaned against an old oak tree, her eyes scanning the water. There was a stillness about her, a quiet intensity I had not noticed before. Her gaze seemed to pierce through the shimmering surface, as if looking at something far beneath. Then her eyes unfocused, her head tilted slightly, as if listening to something only she could hear. Her lips parted, and a voice that was barely audible, a soft, breathy whisper, she said, "Michael Thorne. He never found his way home from that fishing trip. The currents were too strong," they said, but he swore he saw something in the mist. Something waiting. This time, there was no mistaking it. No ambient noise to blame. No casual dismissal. My heart hammered against my ribs. I felt a cold dread spread through my chest. "Sarah," I asked, my voice a little too loud, a little too strained, "what did you just say?" She blinked, her eyes snapping back into focus, the distant look gone. She gave me a small, almost apologetic smile. "Oh," did I say something again? "I am so sorry. Alex, I really do just zone out sometimes. It is a bad habit. My mind wanders." She laughed, a little too quickly. "It is nothing, really. Probably just thinking about a story I read, or something." "No," I said, my voice firm despite the tremor in my hands. "You said Michael Thorne, and you said he never came home from a fishing trip, and something about currents and mist." Her smile faltered. Her eyes darted away, then back to me, a flicker of something unreadable in their depths. "I do not know what you are talking about. Alex, honestly, maybe you misheard me. I did not mishear. Sarah, you did this on our last date too. You said Alara Vance, and then I looked it up and she was a missing person. And now you are saying Michael Thorne and giving details. What is going on?" I tried to keep my voice calm, but I could feel the anger, the fear, bubbling up. Sarah's face went completely blank. The charming smile vanished, replaced by an expressionless mask. Her eyes, those wide green eyes, seemed to bore into me, utterly devoid of warmth. "It is really nothing," she said, her voice flat. "Just a coincidence. I read a lot. Alex, I remember things. Names stick." But the way she said it, the sudden shift in her tone, the unnerving blankness in her gaze, it was not convincing. It was chilling. I felt a primal urge to run, to just turn and sprint away from her. But I stood there, rooted, a deer in the headlights. "I think I need to go." I stammered. "I am not feeling so great." She did not argue. She did not try to stop me. She just watched me, that blank expression still on her face, as I mumbled an apology and practically fled the park. I drove straight home, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles were white. The moment I stepped through my front door, I dropped my keys and went straight for my laptop. Michael Thorne missing fishing trip. The search results were immediate. A local news report from 3 years ago. Fisherman disappears on Lake Monroe. Michael Thorne, 56, presumed drowned after his boat was found adrift. Rescue efforts hampered by heavy fog. The details, right down to the fog, were eerily accurate. My breath hitched in my throat. This was not coincidence. This was impossible. How could she know these things? Was she involved? The thought was a cold, sharp blade to my gut. Was I on a date with a serial killer? A psychic? Neither option was comforting. The next few days were a blur of anxiety and obsessive research. I could not stop thinking about Sarah, about the names, about the chilling accuracy of her whispers. I pulled up every missing persons report I could find for surrounding counties, cross-referencing names, dates, and details. I felt like I was going insane. Every time my phone buzzed, I jumped, expecting it to be her. But it was not. She did not call, did not text. The silence was almost as unnerving as her whispers. I knew I should call the police. But what would I say? My date knows details about cold cases. They would think I was a lunatic, or worse, a person of interest. There was no proof, just my word against hers, and a series of disturbing coincidences. I could not risk it. Instead, I spent hours poring over her dating profile again, looking for clues. It was sparse. A few smiling pictures, a short bio about loving books and quiet evenings. No social media links, no last name. I tried a reverse image search on her photos, nothing. It was like she barely existed online. That, in itself, was a red flag. In this day and age, someone with almost no digital footprint is either a ghost or hiding something. I was sitting at my desk late one evening, surrounded by printouts of missing persons reports, when my phone vibrated. It was a text from Sarah. My heart leaped into my throat. The screen seemed to glow with an ominous light. I know you are scared. Alex, the text read. But they like you. They think you have a good memory. They want to meet you properly. My blood ran, cold. How did she know I was scared? I had not told anyone. And they... Who were they? The missing people. The thought was so absurd, so terrifying that my mind reeled. I tried to block her number, my fingers fumbling with the screen. But before I could, my phone rang. It was an unknown number. I hesitated, then answered. Alex. Her voice. But it was not Sarah's voice. Not exactly. It was flatter, almost monotone, devoid of the charming lilt I remembered. And underneath it, just barely perceptible, was a faint, echoing quality, like multiple voices speaking in unison, a low hum of something ancient and vast. Do not ignore them. Alex, the voice said, the words sending shivers down my spine. That makes them angry. And when they are angry, they take things. Important things. I could not speak. My mouth was dry, my tongue suddenly too thick. They want to tell you everything. The voice continued, unwavering. They want to share their stories. And they want you to remember. Forever. Then she gave me an address. An old street name, a house number. Come alone. They are waiting. The call disconnected. I stood there, phone still pressed in my ear, listening to the dial tone, my mind a whirlwind of fear and a strange, compelling curiosity. I knew, rationally, that I should call the police immediately. I should run, lock my doors, disappear. But something held me. A desperate need to understand, to know the truth behind the whispers, the missing people, and Sarah herself. Maybe, I foolishly thought, I could help her. Or maybe I was just a fool. I drove. The address was on the outskirts of town, down a long, winding road I would never been on before. The streetlights grew sparser, then vanished entirely, leaving only the dim glow of my headlights cutting through the encroaching darkness. The air grew heavy, thick with the scent of damp earth and something faintly sweet, like decaying flowers, but with an underlying metallic tang. The house finally appeared, a dark, hulking silhouette against a moonless sky. It was old, Victorian perhaps, with peeling paint and boarded-up windows. Overgrown bushes clawed at the front porch, their branches skeletal fingers reaching out. It looked utterly abandoned, like something out of a horror movie. Every instinct screamed at me to turn around, to floor it, to never look back. But my foot, almost its own accord, pressed the brake. I parked a little ways down the road, killed the engine, and sat in the oppressive silence, the only sound the frantic beating of my own heart. The air outside felt colder, despite the mild evening. I could see my breath. I slowly got out of the car, my legs feeling like lead. The gravel crunched loudly under my shoes, each step echoing in profound stillness. The front door was slightly ajar, a sliver of darkness visible within. It was not just unlocked, it was inviting me in. "Sarah," I called out, my voice barely a whisper, swallowed by the oppressive silence of the night. No answer, only the faint creak of the old house, like it was sighing. I pushed the door open further, stepping into the darkness. The smell was stronger here, a cloying sweetness mixed with dust and something else, something I could not quite place, but that made my stomach churn. The entryway was grand but decaying, a wide staircase leading up into deeper shadows. Dust motes danced in the faint moonlight filtering through a grimy window. I called out her name again, a little louder this time, my voice trembling. And then I heard it, a whisper, not from Sarah, but from everywhere and nowhere. Multiple voices, layered, echoing, distorted, like a chorus of the dead. "Welcome, Alex. We have been waiting." My blood froze. I spun around, my eyes darting frantically into the shadows, but there was nothing. Just the oppressive darkness and the chilling whispers. Then I saw her, standing in the center of what looked like a large, empty living room, her back to me. She was wearing the same clothes from our first date, the simple black dress, the small silver pendant. She was utterly still. As she slowly turned, my breath caught in my throat. It was Sarah, but it was not. Her face was pale, drawn, almost skeletal, stretched taut over her cheekbones. Her lips were a thin, dark line. And her eyes were not green anymore. They were black, bottomless, like pools of infinite darkness, ancient and vast, utterly devoid of any human light. A faint, sweet, decaying smell, like dead roses, emanated from her. She opened her mouth, and the layered voices spoke through her, a cacophony of whispers that coalesced into a single, chilling utterance. "We are the lost. We are the forgotten. We are the ones who were taken. And we are hungry for new memories, new stories, new voices." I tried to scream, but no sound came out. My legs were like concrete, rooted to the spot. The air grew colder, pressing in on me, stealing the warmth from my body. I could feel an immense, unseen presence surrounding me, closing in. Sarah, or whatever malevolent entity had taken residence in her, extended a hand towards me. Her fingers were long and slender, tipped with nails that seemed too sharp, too dark. "Join us, Alex. Be remembered. Forever." As she spoke, spectral figures began to coalesce in the shadows around her. Faint, shimmering outlines of people, their forms indistinct, their faces blurred. They were translucent like smoke, but I could feel their presence, a cold, hungry gaze fixed on me. They were the missing, the forgotten. One of them stepped forward, its form solidifying slightly, enough for me to make out the details. A young woman, her hair dark, a red scarf draped around her neck. My mind screamed. Lisa Chun, the voices whispered through Sarah, a triumphant, hungry sound. She was wearing a red scarf. She did not want to go with him, but he was so charming. The name, the detail, it was the one Sarah had whispered to me in the coffee shop, the one I had not found in any missing persons report. Not yet. Terror, pure and unadulterated, finally broke through paralysis. I found my voice, a ragged scream tearing from my throat. I stumbled backward, turning, my legs finally obeying. I sprinted for the door, the whispers and a chorus of cold, echoing laughter chasing me. I burst out of the house, not dare to look back, and scrambled into my car. My hands fumbled with the keys, shaking so violently I almost dropped them. The engine roared to life, and I slammed my foot on the accelerator, tearing down the dirt road, leaving the nightmare house behind. I drove until my hands cramped on the wheel, until I was miles away in a brightly lit gas station parking lot, shaking uncontrollably. I called the police, my voice hoarse, incoherent. I told them everything about Sarah, the whispers, the names, the house, the spectral figures. They found the house. It was just as I would left it, abandoned, overgrown. But it was empty, truly empty. No Sarah, no signs of anyone having been there recently. No furniture, no evidence of any kind. They looked at me with pity, with suspicion. They suggested I might be suffering from stress, or perhaps a vivid dream. They dismissed me, politely but firmly. I was left alone, with the horror etched into my mind. I could not sleep. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking shape. Every whisper of the wind carried a chilling name. I saw faces in crowds, always searching, always afraid. I constantly checked missing persons reports, a morbid compulsion I could not shake. And then, a week later, it happened. A new entry. Lisa Chun, 28, last seen wearing a red scarf, disappeared from downtown area. The date of disappearance was yesterday. The horror was not over. It was just beginning. I knew they were still out there through Sarah or someone else. I knew I had almost become one of their memories, another story to be whispered, another voice to join their chilling chorus. Sometimes, late at night, when the silence is too deep, I hear a faint whisper in my own mind. A name I do not recognize, then another. I fight it, every fiber of my being screaming in defiance. I refuse to become a vessel. I refuse to become another echo. But I know they are listening. Always. And I know that the forgotten are always searching for new stories to tell, new memories to claim. And I am just waiting for the day my own name joins their dreadful collection. So, you know how it is with online dating, right? It is a minefield out there. Swipe left, swipe right, hoping to find someone who is not a serial killer or just plain boring. After a string of duds, I was starting to think I should just get a cat and call it a day. My name's Alex, by the way, and this story, well, it is about the night I almost became a statistic, or worse, a permanent resident of a place that does not exist. I would match with Sarah on one of those apps. Her profile picture was stunning bright, intelligent eyes, a warm smile, and a caption about loving hiking and old bookstores. She seemed, for lack of a better word, normal. Our initial conversations were great. We talked for a few days, texting back and forth, and she had this quick wit that really drew me in. She was charming, engaging, and seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. After a week of back and forth, we decided to meet up for dinner. The date itself was fantastic. She was even more beautiful in person, and her laugh was infectious. We clicked immediately, talking about everything from our favorite obscure movies to our worst dating horror stories. I found myself genuinely enjoying her company, something that had not happened in a long time. The restaurant was buzzing, the food was good, and I remember thinking, finally, maybe this is it. Maybe I actually found someone decent. As dinner wound down, she suggested we take a drive. I know this incredible spot, she said, her eyes sparkling. A hidden overlook, perfect for stargazing. It is a bit of a drive, but totally worth it. Plus, I bet you have never seen anything like it. Now, normally my internal alarm bells would be blaring. A secret spot with someone I have just met, late at night, red flag city. But Sarah had this way about her, this genuine enthusiasm that was completely disarming. And honestly, I was feeling pretty good. The wine had helped, sure, but mostly it was just the sheer relief of having a date go so well. I was riding that high, feeling optimistic for the first time in ages. So, against my better judgment, I said, "Sounds amazing. Lead the way." We hopped into her car sleek, dark sedan that looked brand new. The interior was spotless, smelled faintly of something floral and clean. She put on some chill indie music, and we continued our conversation as she navigated out of the city. We passed familiar landmarks, then turned onto a highway I recognized, heading generally north. Everything felt perfectly normal, even pleasant. I leaned back, enjoying the soft hum of the engine and the easy flow of our conversation. After about 20 minutes on the highway, she took an exit I did not recognize. It was a smaller, less traveled road, winding through what looked like an older, more established residential area. Almost there, she chirped, glancing at me with that same bright smile. Just a few more turns. Out of habit, I pulled out my phone. Not to check directions, just to glance at the time, maybe check a notification. My GutGoo Maps app was still open from earlier, showing our current location relative to the restaurant. As I idly watched the little Bluda, I noticed something odd. We were on a road, clearly moving, but the street name was not popping up. No big deal. I thought. Sometimes the GPS takes a second to catch up, especially on smaller roads. Or maybe it was just a new development, not yet updated on the map. I tucked my phone back into my pocket, dismissing it. But then, the houses started to thin out. The streetlights became fewer and farther between, eventually disappearing altogether. We were now driving down a narrow, unlit road, flanked by dense trees on either side. The asphalt, surprisingly, was still smooth and well-maintained, but it felt isolated, like we were taking a detour into a different world. "Wow, this really is off the beaten path," I commented, trying to sound casual, but a tiny prickle of unease had started to form at the back of my neck. "Told you it was a secret spot," Sarah replied, her voice still light, but her eyes were fixed on the road ahead, a little too intently for my liking. She was not glancing at me anymore, not even a share smile. I pulled out my phone again, this time with a purpose. I opened GutGoo Maps, typed in our general vicinity, and watched the Blude. It was still there, moving, but the road it was on was just a blank line. No name, no surrounding streets, nothing. It was as if we were driving on an unmapped section of wilderness. "Huh," I mumbled, zooming in and out. "My GPS is acting weird. It is not showing this road." Sarah laughed, a short, almost brittle sound. "Oh, that is normal out here. Signal's always spotty. Do not worry. I know exactly where we are going." Her explanation made sense. Sort of, but my phone had full bars. And it was not just a signal. The road itself simply was not on the map. It was not a gray, unverified line. It was just empty space where a road should have been. As if the digital world just ended at the tree line. A knot started to tighten in my stomach. I tried another mapping app, then another. Same result. My phone clearly showed my location. The Blude was moving, but the actual road we were on did not exist in any of the digital cartographies. It was like we were driving through a void. The trees grew, denser, their branches interlocking overhead, creating a dark tunnel. The air outside the car felt different now, heavy and still, devoid of the usual sounds of civilization. No distant sirens, no hum of traffic, not even the chirping of crickets. Just the software of Sarah's car and the indie music, which now sounded oddly sinister. "So, How much further is this secret spot? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. My heart had started to pick up pace. Not much, she said, a hint of impatience in her tone. Just enjoy the ride. Alex, it is beautiful out here. Beautiful. It was pitch black, claustrophobic, and utterly devoid of any recognizable features. Every turn looked the same. Every tree seemed identical to the last. My mind raced, trying to rationalize it. Maybe it was a private road, but it was too long, too winding for just a single property, and it was too well maintained for a forgotten logging trail. I started to feel a cold sweat break out on my forehead. My initial pleasant buzz from dinner had completely evaporated, replaced by a growing, sickening dread. I glanced at Sarah. Her profile was still, her hands gripping the steering wheel a little too tightly. The soft glow of the dashboard lights illuminated her face, and I noticed a slight, almost imperceptible smile playing on her lips. It was not the warm, genuine smile I would seen earlier. This one was thin, knowing. Sarah, I said, my voice a little more urgent now. I am serious. This road is not on any map. My phone has full signal, but it is just blank. Where exactly are we going? She finally turned her head, her eyes meeting mine. And that is when I saw it. The bright, intelligent spark I would found so attractive earlier was gone, replaced by something else. Something cold, distant, and utterly devoid of warmth. Her eyes seemed too wide, reflecting the faint dashboard lights like a predator's in the dark. Alex, she said, her voice dropping to a low, almost purring tone. You worry too much. We are going somewhere special. Somewhere, just for us. The hair stood up on the back of my neck. No, I do not like this. I stammered, my voice cracking. I want to go back. Turn around. Please. Her smile widened, but it did not reach her eyes. Oh, but we are almost there, and you would not want to miss it. After all, you were meant to find this place. Alex, just like all the others. My blood ran cold. The others? I whispered, my mind flashing back to the chilling recap I would heard about Chloe and Mark, about the others and collecting people. My stomach lurched. This could not be happening. Not to me. I fumbled for the door handle, my fingers slick with sweat. Locked? Of course. The windows were up, too. I was trapped. Panic, raw and unadulterated, surged through me. My breathing became shallow, ragged. I felt like I was suffocating. What are you talking about? Sarah, I demanded, trying to inject some authority into my voice, but it came out as a desperate croak. Let me out of the car. Right now. She ignored me, her gaze fixed once again on the endless, dark road. The music continued its unsettling melody, a soundtrack to my escalating terror. I looked around, desperate for an escape. The trees were a solid wall, impenetrable in the darkness. There was no way out. Then, through the dense canopy, I saw it, a faint, reddish glow in the distance. Not headlights, not a house light. Something else. Something ancient and unsettling. As we drew closer, the glow intensified, revealing a break in the trees, a clearing. And in that clearing stood a structure. It was not a cabin or a house. It was a monolithic, windowless building, constructed from dark, rough-hewn stone. It looked like something out of a nightmare, like it had been there for centuries, yet also like it had just materialized out of thin air. No lights, no signs, just this oppressive, silent edifice. The reddish glow seemed to emanate from within it, seeping through cracks in the stone. Sarah drove straight towards it, slowing only as we reached a small gravel turnaround in front of a massive wooden door, reinforced with iron bands. It looked less like an entrance and more like a barrier. She cut the engine. The silence that followed was deafening, suffocating. The only sound was a frantic pounding of my own heart in my ears. Welcome home. Alex, she said, her voice now a low, guttural whisper, completely devoid of the charming lilt I would heard just hours before. She turned to me, and in the dim light, I saw that her eyes were no longer just wide, they were completely black, like pools of infinite darkness. A slow, terrifying smile spread across her face, revealing teeth that seemed a little too sharp, a little too long. My mind screamed. This was not Sarah. This was not human. Before she could make another move, before I could even process what I was seeing, an instinct, primal and urgent, took over. My hand shot out, fumbling for the door lock button. I slammed my fist onto it, hearing the faint click as the doors unlocked. Without a second thought, I yanked the handle and threw myself out of the car, hitting the gravel hard. Pain shot my arm, but I barely registered it. All I knew was I had to run. I scrambled to my feet, my legs burning, and bolted into the dark woods, away from the car, away from Sarah, away from that terrifying, glowing structure. I could hear her voice calling after me, but it was not the sweet voice I would known. It was a distorted, echoing sound, like multiple voices speaking at once, a chorus of chilling whispers. You can't run. Alex, you were meant to be found, just like all the others. The words fueled my terror. I plunged deeper into the trees, branches whipping at my face, thorns tearing at my clothes. I stumbled, fell, picked myself up, and kept running. The dense undergrowth made it impossible to see, but I could feel the cold, damp earth beneath my feet. I could hear rustling behind me, the snap of twigs, the faint, disembodied whispers that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. I did not know where I was going, only that I had to be away from her, away from that place. The reddish glow from the building pulsed through the trees, a malevolent beacon in the darkness. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs felt like lead, until my vision blurred with sweat and tears. Suddenly, the trees thinned. I burst out of the woods, gasping for breath, onto a paved road. It was narrow but familiar. Streetlights glowed in the distance, and I could hear the faint hum of traffic. Civilization. I was back. I did not stop. I ran down the road, not caring where it led, just running towards the distant lights, towards anything that felt real. I did not look back. I could not. The thought of seeing that monolithic building or Sarah's impossibly black eyes was enough to send another surge of adrenaline through my exhausted body. I eventually collapsed on the side of a busier road, my body shaking uncontrollably, tears streaming down my face. A kind couple in a passing car saw me, pulled over, and asked if I was okay. I tried to tell them, to explain what had happened, but the words caught in my throat. All I could manage was a choke. I need help. Please. They took me to the nearest police station. The police were skeptical, to say the least. My story sounded like a bad horror movie plot. A woman who looked normal, a road that did not exist, a glowing, ancient building, black eyes, whispers of the others. They checked the area I described, but found nothing. No unmapped roads, no strange buildings, no trace of Sarah or her car. Her online profile had vanished, completely erased, as if she had never existed. They chalked it up to a combination of alcohol, a bad date, and a vivid imagination. They asked if I had any enemies, if I had been doing drugs. I just shook my head, numb. They filed a report, more out of obligation than belief, and advised me to stay away from online dating for a while. In the days that followed, I tried to find that road again. I drove back to the general area, meticulously checking every turn, every obscure lane. Nothing. The landscape seemed normal, mundane. The trees were just trees. The roads were all on maps, leading to perfectly ordinary houses or businesses. The place I had been, the road Sarah had taken me down, it was simply gone. Or rather, it had never been there in the first place, not in the way we understand there. I bought a new phone, changed my number, and deleted all my social media. I even moved apartments, convinced that she or whatever she was would find me. The fear clings to me like a second skin. Every time I see a dark-colored sedan, my heart leaps into my throat. Every time I hear a low whisper, I flinch. I still check maps obsessively, zooming in on remote areas, searching for any anomaly, any blank space that should not be there. But I never find it. I escape, but I am not free. I know what I saw. I know what I heard. And I know that somewhere out there, on a road that does not exist, in a place that should not be, that monolithic building stands. And I can still hear her voice echoing in the darkest corners of my mind, a chilling lullaby that reminds me of my close call. You were meant to be found, Alex, just like all the others. And sometimes, late at night, when the world is quiet and the shadows play tricks on my eyes, I wonder about those others. Were they taken there, to that place that defies maps and logic? Are they still there, trapped in that glowing, ancient structure, waiting to be brought home? And I wonder, too, if Sarah, or whatever entity wore her skin, is still out there, driving down that non-existent road, waiting for her next acquisition, waiting for someone else to be found. So, you know how it is these days, right? Swiping through endless faces on dating apps, hoping to find someone who is not a total psycho or just looking for a quick hookup. I would been at it for a while, and honestly, my faith in humanity was starting to dwindle. Every other profile was either a guy holding a fish he would clearly just caught or a selfie taken in a bathroom mirror that looked like it had not seen a scrub brush since the dinosaurs roamed. But then one evening, I stumbled across Mark's profile. He was not drop-dead gorgeous, but he had this intelligent, kind look in his eyes, and his bio was actually witty, not just a string of emojis. He worked in some obscure field I did not quite understand, something about bioinformatics, which sounded smart and a little mysterious. We matched, and our initial messages were great. He was articulate, funny, and seemed genuinely interested in getting to know me, not just my measurements. After a few days of texting, he asked me out. He suggested this new restaurant, the Gastronome's Garden, he called it. Said it was a unique culinary experience, a place for adventurous palates. Honestly, I was a little hesitant. I am not exactly a picky eater, but I am also not one to try anything just for the sake of it. Give me a good burger or a solid pasta dish, and I am happy. But Mark was so enthusiastic, talking about how it was a concept restaurant, all about sustainability and pushing boundaries. And he made it sound so intriguing, like an exclusive club I was being invited into. Plus, I figured it was a first date. If the food was weird, we would just laugh about it. What could go wrong? So, I agreed. The place was tucked away in a quieter part downtown, in an old, refurbished building that looked like it used to be a library or something. Dim lighting, dark wood, heavy velvet curtains, it definitely had an atmosphere. It was not bustling, but there were a few other tables occupied, mostly by couples who looked as though they were trying to impress each other with their sophistication. Mark was already there when I arrived, standing to greet me with a warm smile and a compliment about my dress. He was even better looking in person, with a confident but not arrogant air about him. So far, so good. We settled into a cozy booth. The menu was different. It was not just the names of the dishes, which were elaborate and poetic, but the descriptions themselves were vague, almost intentionally so. Instead of grilled salmon, it was ocean's whisper kissed by the sun and earth. Instead of chicken breast, it was forest embrace, a symphony of flight and root. Prices were, let's just say, on the higher side. But again, I figure it was part of the experience. We chatted easily, mostly about our jobs, our hobbies, and our shared love for obscure documentaries. Mark was charming, and I found myself genuinely enjoying his company. He had this way of looking at me when I spoke, like he was really listening, absorbing every word. It was refreshing. Then came the time to order. The waiter, a slender man with an almost unnervingly serene expression, approached our table. Mark, without even looking at the menu again, said, "I think I will have the living bloom, please." And for my guest, perhaps the twilight harvest. He looked at me with a charming smile. Unless you see something else that catches your eye. Chloe. I quickly scanned the menu again, feeling a slight flush. The twilight harvest description was something like a celebration of the Earth's nocturnal bounty, freshly gathered at its peak, served with the dew still clinging. It sounded rustic, and honestly a little pretentious. But the living bloom sounded even weirder. The description for that was just a single cryptic line, the heart of nature, pulsating with primordial essence. I stammered. The twilight harvest sounds interesting. What exactly is in it? The waiter's serene smile did not falter. It is a selection of our finest root vegetables and fungi, harvested at the precise moment of their nocturnal vitality. Served with a light, living dressing. He paused. Our chef believes in presenting ingredients in their most authentic, unadulterated state, to truly appreciate their life force. Okay, unadulterated state was a bit of a red flag in my book, but I still thought it meant like raw carrots and mushrooms. Maybe some exotic truffles. I was trying to be adventurous. You know. Sure, I said, trying to sound enthusiastic. That sounds great. Mark chuckled, a low, pleasant sound. Excellent choice. Chloe, you won't regret it. The chef here truly understands the concept of fresh. He leaned forward conspiratorially. Most people do not realize how much flavor is lost when you process food. Cook it, cut it up too much. The real essence, the very life of the ingredient, is in its raw form. I just nodded, a little uncomfortable. I mean, I like sushi as much as the next person, but he was talking about root vegetables like they were still breathing. I tried to shake off the weird vibe. Maybe it was just his quirky personality. We continued talking, but a small knot of unease had started to form in my stomach. I noticed Mark kept glancing towards the kitchen door, an expectant look on his face. He seemed genuinely excited about his living bloom. After about 20 minutes, the waiter returned, carrying 2 covered dishes. He placed them carefully in front of us. Your twilight harvest, madam, he said, indicating my plate, and your living bloom, sir. He gave a slight bow and retreated. Mark's eyes gleamed. Finally, he murmured, reaching for the lid of his dish. I watched him, curious, try to push away the premonition that was whispering in the back of my mind. He lifted the lid, and I swear, a faint, almost imperceptible shiver went through the air around our table. The first thing I noticed was the smell. It was not the rich, earthy aroma I would expected from primordial essence. It was metallic, like fresh blood, but with an underlying muskiness, something subtly organic and deeply unsettling. And then I saw it. It was not food, not in any recognizable sense. On Mark's plate, nestled on a bed of what looked like dark, wet moss, was a pulsating mass. It was roughly the size of a grapefruit, but irregular, asymmetrical. Its color was a mottled, sickly gray pink, veined with darker, almost black lines that seemed to shift and writhe beneath a glistening, translucent membrane. It was not just raw, it was alive. It pulsed, slowly at first, a rhythmic contraction and expansion, like a grotesque heart beating just beneath the surface. As I stared, transfixed by a horrified fascination, I saw small, hair-like tendrils, almost microscopic, slowly retracting and extending from its surface, as if feeling the air. There was a faint, wet sound accompanying each pulse, a soft squish, squish, squish. My breath caught in my throat. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. My eyes darted from the monstrosity on Mark's plate to his face. He was smiling a wide, almost ecstatic grin, his eyes fixed on the thing with an unnerving tenderness. "Is not it magnificent?" he whispered, his voice full of genuine awe. "Look at the vitality, the raw, untamed essence." I could not speak. My mouth was dry. My tongue felt thick and useless. I wanted to scream, to push the table away, to run. But I was frozen, trapped by the sheer surreal horror of the moment. Go on. Chloe, Mark urged, his gaze still on his pulsating dinner. Open yours. My hand trembled as I reached for the lid on my own plate. Every fiber of my being screamed at me not to, but some morbid curiosity, some primal fear, compelled me. What if it was even worse? What if it was not? What if I was just overreacting? I lifted the lid. The smell from my dish was different, less metallic, more earthy, but not in a pleasant way. It was damp, a little fetid, like disturbed soil after a heavy rain, mixed with something else, something animal. On my plate, there was not a single large mass. Instead, there were several smaller, elongated forms, curled and intertwined, resembling thick, pale worms or slugs. They were a dull, translucent white, with faint blue veins visible beneath their skin. And they were moving, slowly, almost imperceptibly, but definitely moving. One of them, thicker than the others, slowly uncoiled a segment of its body, revealing a small, dark aperture at one end that seemed to pulsate rhythmically. Another one twitched, its entire form contracting slightly before slowly expanding again. My stomach lurched violently. I clamped a hand over my mouth, fighting back the urge to vomit right there on the table. This was not nocturnal bounty. This was a nightmare on a ceramic plate. Oh, it is a beautiful selection tonight, Mark said, finally tearing his gaze from his living bloom to look at my plate. See how plump they are, full of life. Mark, I managed to choke out, my voice a thin, reedy whisper. What is this? He looked at me, his smile fading slightly, replaced by an expression of mild surprise, as if I would just asked a remarkably foolish question. It is the twilight harvest. Chloe, as described, root creatures, fungi, all presented as nature intended. Root creatures. The words felt alien and disgusting on my tongue. They are there alive. Of course, they are alive, he said, as if this were the most obvious thing in the world. That is the point. The vitality, the raw energy. It is the most ethical, most sustainable way to consume. We take only what the earth offers, and we honor its life by ingesting it in its purest form. He picked up his fork, a delicate silver utensil, and gently prodded his pulsating gray-pink mass. The mass quivered in response, shrinking slightly from the touch. My eyes were wide with horror. I could not tear them away from his plate or mine. The things on my plate continued their slow, nauseating dance. One of the pale, worm-like forms slowly began to twitch more vigorously, its head-like end lifting slightly off the plate, pointing vaguely in my direction. I swear I saw a tiny, almost imperceptible ripple of something like muscle or sinew pass along its body. I can't eat this. Mark, I finally managed to say, my voice trembling. He frowned, a tiny crease appearing between his eyebrows. Oh, are you feeling unwell? Chloe, it is a very light dish, very easy on the digestion. No, it is not that. I insisted, shaking my head. It is moving. It is not cooked. It is alive. I can't. I can't. His smile returned, but it was different now. It was thinner, almost predatory, and his eyes had a strange, intense gleam that made a shiver run down my spine. Ah, I see, he said, his voice softer, but with an edge I had not heard before. Perhaps you are not as adventurous as I thought. A shame. Such a waste of potential. He then did something that made my blood run cold. He took his fork, plunged it into the pulsating mass on his plate, and with a swift, almost surgical motion, tore off a piece. The mass gave a faint, wet gurgle and a thin, dark liquid ooze from the wound. He lifted the piece to his mouth, his eyes never leaving mine, and slowly, deliberately bit into it. There was a soft, sickening squelch as his teeth met the flesh. He chewed, slowly, his expression one of profound satisfaction. I could see the muscles in his jaw working, and a tiny drop of the dark liquid, almost black in the dim light, trickled down the corner of his mouth. He licked it away with his tongue, savoring it. I felt bile rise in my throat. I pushed my plate away with a violent shove, the ceramic scraping loudly against the table. I need to go. I gasped, scrambling to get out of the booth. Mark put down his fork, his movements slow and deliberate. His gaze was still fixed on me, but the smile was gone completely. His face was unreadable, but his eyes held a depth of coldness that chilled me to the bone. Leaving so soon. Chloe. His voice was low, devoid of its previous charm. But we have barely begun our culinary journey. I was already halfway out of the booth. I am sorry. Mark, I do not feel well. I really need to go. My heart was pounding, a frantic drum against my ribs. I just needed to get out of there. Away from him, away from those things on the plates, away from that smell. As I stumbled out of the booth, I glanced around the restaurant. The other diners. They were all eating. And what they were eating, it was not normal food. At one table, a woman was delicately slicing into something that looked like a cluster of glistening, iridescent eggs, each one subtly shifting color. At another, a man was devouring a plate of what could only be described as living, segmented limbs, each one twitching and curling as he bit into it. And they were all doing it with the same serene, almost ritualistic concentration that Mark had. No one seemed to notice my distress. No one even looked up. It was like a scene from a nightmare, but I was wide awake. The realization hit me like a physical blow. This was not just a weird restaurant. This was something else entirely. I practically ran for the exit, my purse still on the table. I did not care. I just needed to breathe fresh air to get away from the metallic tang and the squelching sounds. The front door, a heavy oak monstrosity, seemed to loom in front of me miles away. As I reached for the handle, a hand clamped down on my arm. It was the waiter. His serene smile was still plastered on his face, but his grip was surprisingly strong, his fingers like steel bands. Leaving so soon, "Madam," he asked, his voice smooth and unsettlingly calm, "but your experience is not yet complete." I tried to pull away, panic lending me a surge of adrenaline. "Let go of me," I cried, my voice cracking. "I need to leave." His grip tightened, and his eyes, which I now noticed were a strange, unnatural shade of amber, flickered towards Mark, who was now standing a few feet behind me. Mark's expression was utterly devoid of the charm he had shown earlier. His face was a mask of cold, calculating intent. "Chloe," he said, his voice a low growl that sent shivers down my spine. "You cannot leave. Not yet. You have not truly appreciated our hospitality." I struggled, twisted my arm, but the waiter held me fast. His smile widened, revealing teeth that seemed a little too long, a little too sharp. Perhaps, he murmured, "the twilight harvest was too subtle for your palate. We have other offerings. More direct." My eyes darted around the room, desperately searching for an escape, for help. But the other diners continued their grotesque meals, utterly oblivious, or perhaps uncaring. They looked like statues, their movements slow and deliberate, their gazes fixed on their plates. It was like they were in a trance. Suddenly, a new, horrifying thought pierced through my terror. What if they were not just diners? What if they were like Mark? Or worse, what if they were the victims? The thought sent a fresh wave of terror through me. Mark took a step closer, his eyes glinting in the dim light. "You have such a vibrant essence." "Chloe," he said, his voice almost a purr. "Such potential. It would be a shame to waste it." Then I saw it. Just for a fleeting second as he moved, the cuff of his sleeve pulled back slightly, revealing a patch of skin on his wrist. It was not human skin. It was pale, almost translucent, and beneath it, I could see faint, dark lines, like the veins on the pulsating mass on his plate. And for a split second, I swore I saw a faint rhythmic pulse beneath the skin, just like the living bloom. My mind reeled. This was not a restaurant. This was not a date. This was a trap. With a desperate surge of strength, I yanked my arm free from the waiter's grasp. He stumbled back, surprised, his serene expression momentarily replaced by a flash of annoyance. I did not wait. I lunged to the door handle, twisted it, and threw myself out into the night. The cool night air hit my face like a slap, a welcome reprieve from the stifling, metallic stench inside. I did not look back. I just ran. Down the street, my heels clattering on the pavement, my lungs burning, my heart threatening to explode from my chest. I did not know where I was going, just away. I could hear footsteps behind me. Heavy, rhythmic footsteps. Mark, or the waiter, or both. I risked a glance over my shoulder. In the dim glow of the streetlights, I saw Mark, a dark silhouette against the muted light from the restaurant. He was not running, not exactly. He was moving with an unnerving, deliberate stride, covering ground far too quickly for someone who was not sprinting. And he was smiling, that same thin, predatory smile. I ducked into an alleyway, hoping to lose him, my mind racing for an escape. But the alley was a dead end, a narrow space between two brick buildings, filled with overflowing dumpsters. Trapped, I spun around, my back pressed against a grimy brick wall. Mark emerged from the mouth of the alley, his eyes glowing faintly in the darkness, reflecting the distant streetlights with an unnatural intensity. He did not seem out of breath. He just stood there, blocking my only exit, his presence radiating a chilling calmness. "You really should not have run." "Chloe," he said, his voice echoing eerily in confined space. "It is so much less dignified, and it makes things so much harder. What do you want?" I whimpered, my voice barely audible. "What are you?" He tilted his head, a gesture that seemed almost human, but in this context felt deeply disturbing. "We are connoisseurs, Chloe, appreciators of life's rawest forms. And you, my dear, are a remarkably vibrant specimen." He took another step closer, and I could smell that metallic, organic scent on him. Stronger now. "The restaurant, those people, what are they eating?" I demanded, desperate for answers, even as I knew they would only deepen my horror. "They are experiencing the purest essence." Mark replied, his voice a low, hypnotic rumble. "Just as you will. The twilight harvest was merely an appetizer, a test of your openness. You, however, seem to require a more direct approach." He extended a hand towards me. His fingers, I now saw in the faint light, were a little too long, the nails a little too pointed, and the skin was indeed that same pale, translucent hue I would glimpsed on his wrist. And beneath it, I could see those dark, pulsing veins, like a living roadmap of something utterly alien. I screamed, a raw, guttural sound torn from the deepest part of my throat. I tried to duck under his arm, to squeeze past him, to do anything to escape, but he was too fast. His hand clamped around my arm again, his grip impossibly strong. This time, when his fingers touched me, it was not just a physical hold. It was like a jolt, a cold, draining sensation that spread through my arm, into my chest, a profound chill that seemed to seep into my very bones. I felt a sudden, inexplicable weakness, my knees buckling. "Such a beautiful energy," he whispered, his face inches from mine, his eyes glowing brighter now, a deep, unsettling emerald. "So much life. We will cherish it." I could feel something being pulled from me, an invisible thread of vitality, a warmth, a light. It was like my very essence was being siphoned away, leaving me hollow, cold, and empty. My vision blurred. The alley walls seemed to sway. I tried to fight, to scream again, but my strength was gone. My voice was just a faint gasp. I could feel myself fading, becoming lighter, less real. The last thing I saw before the darkness consumed me was Mark's face, still smiling, but it was not a human smile anymore. It was a wide, toothy grin, stretched impossibly, revealing those long, sharp teeth. And behind him, in the mouth of the alley, I could just make out the shadowy figures of the waiter and some of the other diners, their eyes all glowing with the same unnatural light, their faces etched with a hungry anticipation. I remember thinking, as the coldness enveloped me completely, that Sarah from the dating app, the one who lured people to that place where the lost come to rest, she would have understood. She would have known that some dates lead to a kind of hunger that can never be satisfied, and that some restaurants serve a meal from which you never return. Now, I am one of them. Not like Mark, not like the waiter. I am one of the patrons. I sit at a table in a dim, silent restaurant that is always there, always waiting. My plate is always full, and the twilight harvest before me is always fresh, always pulsating, always alive. And I eat. I eat slowly, deliberately, the taste of metallic earth and squelching life filling my mouth. My eyes, I imagine, glow with the same unnatural light as the others. And sometimes, when a new face enters a restaurant, a new hopeful, naive soul, I feel a flicker of something, a faint echo of my former self, a whisper of a memory of a girl named Chloe who just wanted a normal date. But it fades quickly. The hunger is stronger. The experience is complete. And the cycle continues endlessly in the gastronome's garden, where the most exquisite meal is always, always you. I remember feeling pretty good about myself that night. It was not often I felt that kind of genuine, unforced optimism about dating anymore. After years of swiping through endless profiles, the same tired cliches, the same awkward first messages, I would pretty much resign myself to a life where my most meaningful relationship would be with my cat, Mittens. And honestly, Mittens is great, but even she can't hold a conversation about the existential dread of modern consumerism. Then Mark messaged me. His profile was different, not overly polished, not trying too hard, just a few decent photos, a bio that was witty without being arrogant, and a shared love for obscure indie films. We started chatting, and it was easy, effortless even. We talked about everything: our jobs, our favorite books, the absurdity of reality TV, the merits of deep dish pizza versus New York style. I am firmly in the New York camp, but I was willing to overlook his Chicago allegiance for the sake of good banter. He seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say, and I found myself looking forward to his messages throughout the day. It was a refreshing change from the usual ghosting or the abrupt, crude propositions I would grown accustomed to. After about a week of constant texting, he asked me out. Coffee, nothing too fancy, just to see if the chemistry translated offline. I agreed, a little nervous, but mostly excited. I picked out a cute but casual outfit, practiced my I am totally relaxed and charming smile in the mirror, and tried to quell the flutter in my stomach. The moment I saw him waiting at the coffee shop, I knew I had not been completely delusional. He was even better looking in person, a kind smile, warm brown eyes, and a laugh that was infectious. He stood up when I approached, a small gesture that still means a lot to me, and pulled out my chair. We talked for 2 hours straight, the coffee long forgotten and cold, our conversation flowing like we would known each other for years. There were no awkward silences, no forced topics. He was engaging, intelligent, and genuinely funny. He even made a surprisingly good argument for deep dish pizza, though I still was not entirely convinced. When he walked me my car, he asked for a second date, and I did not hesitate to say yes. I practically floated home, the kind of giddy feeling I had not experienced in high school. Maybe, just maybe, this one was different. Maybe my luck was finally turning around. Our second date was dinner at a cozy Italian place. Again, it was perfect. He held doors, listened intently, and made me laugh until my cheeks hurt. We shared a tiramisu and talked about our dreams, our fears, our families. He told me he was an architect working on some pretty cool projects downtown. He lived alone in a house he had bought a few years ago, a fixer-upper he was slowly renovating. He seemed stable, ambitious, and sweet. Everything I thought I was looking for. As the night wound down, he walked me to my car again. The air was cool, a gentle breeze rustling the leaves on the trees. We lingered for a moment, the unspoken question hanging between us. Then he smiled a little shyly and asked, "Hey, I know this might be a little forward for a second date, but I am a pretty decent cook. How about I make you dinner at my place next time? I could whip up some pasta. Maybe we could watch a movie." My gut did a tiny, almost imperceptible lurch. It was that familiar little alarm bell that sometimes goes off when something feels too good, too fast. Going to a stranger's house on a third date, even one as charming as Mark, felt a little risky. But then I looked at his earnest, hopeful face, and all my caution evaporated. He seemed so genuine, so open. Besides, it was just dinner. And he did say he was a good cook. What was the worst that could happen? I would love that. "Mark," I said, a genuine smile spreading across my face. "Just do not poison me." He laughed, a warm, reassuring sound. "Never. I promise." We set a date for the following Saturday. All week, I felt a nervous excitement. I told my best friend, Sarah, about him, gushing about how perfect he seemed. She listened patiently, then gave me the usual be careful speech, which I promptly brushed off. I was a grown woman. I could handle myself. Besides, this was Mark. He was different. Saturday arrived, and I spent the afternoon getting ready. I picked out a casual but cute dress, did my hair, and applied just enough makeup to look presentable without looking like I was trying too hard. I wanted to make a good impression. I even bought a nice bottle of wine to bring as a hostess gift. Mark had given me his address, a quiet residential street a few towns over. As I drove, the initial excitement started to mix with a familiar feeling of anticipation, that hopeful flutter. His house was a charming older home, well maintained, with a neat little garden out front. It looked cozy and inviting. He answered the door almost immediately, a wide smile on his face. He was wearing a casual shirt and jeans, looking just as good as I remembered. "Chloe, come in, come in." Perfect timing. The pasta water just started boiling. He led me inside, and my first impression was that the house was neat. Almost too neat, like a display home. There was a faint, sterile scent, not unpleasant, but not quite homey either. The living room was sparsely decorated. A comfortable-looking sofa, a coffee table, a large flat-screen TV, and a few bookshelves. Everything was tidy, almost clinically so. I did not see any of the usual clutter that accumulates in a lived-in home. No stacks of mail, no random magazines, no discarded socks. It felt less like a bachelor pad and more like a carefully curated museum exhibit. "Wow, your place is really nice." "Mark," I said, trying to sound casual, but a tiny flicker of unease started to stir in the back of my mind. It was just a feeling, nothing concrete. "Thanks," he said, beaming. "Still a work in progress, but I am getting there. Make yourself comfortable. I will just check on the sauce." He gestured towards a sofa. "Can I get you anything to drink?" "Water, soda, maybe some of that wine you brought." "Water would be great. Thanks," I said, setting the wine bottle on the coffee table. I sat down on the sofa, which was surprisingly firm, and looked around. On the wall opposite me, there was a large, framed abstract painting. It was colorful, but did not really say much about Mark's personality. Above the fireplace, a mantelpiece held a few carefully arranged decorative objects, a small ceramic vase, a couple of antique-looking books, and a single framed photograph. My eyes drifted to the photo. It was a landscape, a beautiful shot of sunset over a lake. But as I looked closer, something about it felt familiar. I could not quite place it. I leaned forward, trying to get a better look. Just then, Mark reappeared from the kitchen, a glass of water in his hand. "Here you go. Everything okay?" I quickly sat back, feeling a flush of embarrassment. "Oh, yeah, just admiring your taste in art. That landscape is beautiful." He smiled. Thanks. It is a print I picked up at a local gallery. I thought it added a nice touch. He sat down on the armchair opposite me, making no move to sit next to me on the sofa, which felt a little odd given our previous dates. But maybe he was just being polite, giving me space. We chatted for a bit, mostly about his renovation projects and my work. He was still charming, still attentive. But that tiny flicker of unease persisted. It was like a low hum beneath the surface of our conversation. I kept glancing around, trying to pinpoint what felt off. The silence when he was in the kitchen was profound. No background, music, no TV, just a faint bubbling of water. It made the house feel empty, despite us being in it. Dinner's almost ready, he announced, getting up. Just need to drain the pasta. Feel free to wander around if you like. I will be a few minutes. Oh, okay, I said, a little surprised. Most people do not invite you to wander their house on a third date. But maybe he was just being open. I stood up, stretching my legs. I decided to head toward the hallway, away from the kitchen, just to see what else there was. The hallway was narrow, leading to what I assumed were bedrooms and a bathroom. On the walls, there were more framed pieces. Not paintings this time, but photographs. Black and white portraits, mostly. They looked like street photography. Candid shots of people caught in everyday moments. A woman laughing while holding a coffee cup. An elderly man reading a newspaper on a park bench. A child chasing pigeons. They were artistic, well composed. I paused at one, a close-up of a woman's hands reaching for a book on a shelf. Her nails were painted a bright red. As I looked at it, a shiver ran down my spine. Those hands, they looked like mine. The shape of the fingers, the way the thumb was bent, the exact shade of red nail polish I would have been wearing last week. My heart started to pound a little faster. No, that was ridiculous. It was just a coincidence. Red nail polish is common. Lots of people read books. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. My imagination was running wild because I was in a new environment, that is all. I moved on to the next photo. It was a shot of cafe interior, a woman sitting at a table by the window, engrossed in her phone. Her hair was pulled back in a messy bun, a loose strand falling over her ear. She was wearing a striped top. My blood ran cold. That was me. The messy bun, the striped top I wore to the coffee shop just last Tuesday, the specific way I held my phone. There was no mistaking it. My stomach dropped like a stone. This was not a coincidence. This was a photo of me, taken without my knowledge, and now it was framed and hanging on Mark's wall. Panic began to bubble up, hot and acrid, in the back of my throat. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. Had he seen me there by chance? Taken a photo and thought it was a cool, candid shot. But why frame it? Why hang it in his house? It felt invasive, violating. I needed to check. I needed to know if this was just a weird anomaly or something far worse. My eyes darted around the hallway. There was a closed door at the end. A bedroom. A study. I had to see. My hands were trembling as I pushed the door open. It creaked slightly, a sound that seemed deafening in the sudden silence. The room was dark, the blinds drawn, but enough light filtered in from the hallway for me to see. It was a study, or maybe a home office. There was a desk, a computer, a swivel chair, and on the wall opposite the door. My breath hitched. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic bird trying to escape its cage. The entire wall was covered in photographs, not framed, not artfully arranged, tacked up with pushpins, overlapping, a chaotic mosaic of images. And every single one of them was of me. Me, walking my dog. Mittens, in the park on a sunny afternoon. Me, laughing with Sarah at an outdoor patio. Me, grocery shopping, pushing a cart, a silly expression on my face as I tried to reach for a box of cereal on the top shelf. Me, leaving my apartment building, keys in hand, looking slightly disheveled and clearly in a hurry. Me at the local bookstore, browsing the new releases, a thoughtful frown on my face. Me at work, sitting at my desk, talking on the phone. Me, getting coffee at my usual cafe, the same one from the photo in the hallway. They were not just from my social media. Some of them were, clearly, screenshots of my Instagram or IU2B, printed out, but many of them were candid shots, taken from a distance, clearly without my knowledge or consent. They spanned months, maybe even years. I recognized outfits, hairstyles, even specific dates based on events I could recall. My head spun. The room felt like it was closing in on me, the air thick and heavy. This was not a coincidence. This was not a strange hobby. This was a full-blown, terrifying obsession. He had been watching me, stalking me, collecting these images, building this grotesque shrine to me, all before we had even matched on Tinder. A cold dread spread through my veins, an icy tendril that wrapped around my heart and squeezed. I was in his house, alone, and he was in the kitchen, just a few feet away, probably still humming to himself, completely unaware that I had stumbled upon his horrifying secret. Or was he? Was this part of his plan? To let me find them. I needed to get out. Now, my body felt stiff, my muscles locked in terror. Every instinct screamed at me to run, to scream, to break a window and jump. But I could not. Not yet. I had to be smart. I had to act normal. If he knew I knew, who knew what he would do? I forced myself to take a shaky breath, then another. My eyes darted around the room one last time, taking in the sheer volume of photos. There were hundreds, a timeline of my unwitting life, meticulously documented by a complete stranger. It was sick. It was twisted. It was a nightmare come to life. I gently, silently, pulled the door shut, making sure it did not creak. My hands were clammy, my palms slick with sweat. I leaned against the wall for a moment, pressing my forehead against the cool plaster, trying to compose myself. My heart was still hammering, a frantic drumbeat against my ribs. I could feel the blood rushing in my ears, a loud whooshing sound. Chloe, dinner's ready. Mark's voice, cheerful and completely normal, suddenly echoed from the kitchen. I jumped, startled, a gas catching my throat. I quickly pushed myself away from the wall, trying to smooth down my dress, trying to wipe the fear from my face. I had to look normal. I had to. I walked back into the living room, trying to project an air of calm I was nowhere near feeling. My legs felt like jelly, each step an effort. My smile felt frozen, brittle. Mark was standing by the dining table, which was elegantly set for two. Pasta was steaming in a large bowl, a rich, savory aroma filling the air. He looked up, his smile still warm. Perfect timing. Come on, sit down. I forced myself to walk towards the table, my eyes darting nervously toward the hallway, towards that closed door. He had not noticed. He could not have. Smells delicious. Mark, I managed to say, my voice a little higher than usual. I hoped he would not notice. He pulled out a chair for me, and I sat down, my hands clasped tightly in my lap, trying to stop them from shaking. I felt like I was sitting on a ticking time bomb. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to run, to flee, to expose him. But I was trapped. I was in his house, alone, miles from anyone who knew where I was. He served us both generous portions of pasta, grating fresh Parmesan over mine. He poured us glasses of wine in the bottle I had brought. He talked about his day, about a project he was working on, about a funny thing his cat did. He had a cat. I did not remember that from his profile. I nodded, smiled, made appropriate noises, but my mind was a whirlwind of panic. How do I get out of here? What do I say? I cannot just say, "Hey, Mark, I found your secret shrine of photos of me, and I am leaving now." That would be insane. He would know I knew. And then what? I tried to eat, but the pasta tasted like ash in my mouth. My throat felt tight, making it hard to swallow. I took a sip of wine, hoping it would calm my nerves, but it just made me feel more lightheaded. Is everything okay? Chloe, Mark asked, his brow furrowed slightly. You seem a little quiet. My heart leaped into my throat. Had he noticed? Did he know? Oh no, everything's fine, I said, forcing a bright, fake smile. Just a really long week at work. I guess. I am a little tired. He nodded, a sympathetic look on his face. I understand that. Well, do not worry. We can just relax after dinner. Watch that movie we talked about. My stomach clenched. Watch a movie? No, absolutely not. I could not spend another minute in this house, let alone hours. Actually, Mark, I began trying to sound apologetic. I just remembered I have a really early start tomorrow. A big presentation. I probably should not stay out too late. He paused, a forkful of pasta halfway to his mouth. His smile did not quite reach his eyes this time. Oh, that is a shame. I was really looking forward to spending more time with you. Me too. I lied, my voice cracking slightly. But work, can't risk being tired. He put his fork down, and a subtle shift in his demeanor sent a fresh wave of terror through me. The warmth in his eyes seemed to dim, replaced by something colder, something I could not quite decipher. I see, he said, his voice flat. He did not push, but the air suddenly felt heavy, charged with unspoken tension. He just stared at me for a long moment, those warm brown eyes now unnervingly still. It was like looking into the eyes of a predator, calm and assessing. I forced myself to meet his gaze, try and project confidence. But inside, I was crumbling. I felt utterly exposed, vulnerable. He knew. He had to. Well, he said, finally breaking the silence, a slow, deliberate smile spreading across his face. It was not the warm, genuine smile I would seen before. This one was chilling, a predatory flash of teeth. I guess we can have dessert then, and you can be on your way. Dessert. Another hurdle. I just wanted to leave, but I could not refuse without making it obvious. He got up and went to the kitchen. This was my chance. I could make a run for it. The front door was just past the living room. But what if he heard me? What if he was faster? My car keys were in my purse, which was on the sofa. I had to get them. My mind raced. I could grab my purse, bolt the door, and just run. Scream if I had to. But I was in a quiet residential neighborhood. Would anyone hear? Would anyone help? I decided against it. It was too risky. I needed to maintain the illusion, at least until I was out the door. He came back with 2 small plates of cheesecake. He set one in front of me, his movements precise, almost robotic. He sat down again, watching me. I picked up my fork, but my hand was shaking so badly I could barely hold it steady. I took a small bite, forcing myself to chew and swallow. It tasted like cardboard. Chloe, he said, his voice low, almost a whisper. I have been looking for you for a very long time. My blood ran cold. The fork clattered onto the plate, making a surprisingly loud sound in the silence. I looked at him, my eyes wide with terror. What do you mean? Mark. He leaned forward, his elbows on the table, his gaze intense, unwavering. Oh, come on. Chloe, do not play coy. You saw them, did not you? In the study. My breath hitched. My worst fear confirmed. He knew. I do not know what you are talking about. I stammered, trying one last, desperate attempt at denial. He chuckled, a dry, humorless sound. Do not insult my intelligence. I saw you. You were in there for a while, and you came out looking like you had seen a ghost. He took a slow, deliberate bite of his cheesecake, his eyes never leaving mine. They are beautiful, are not they? All those moments, all those memories, they are an invasion of privacy. Mark, I said, my voice barely a whisper, but laced with a newfound anger, fueled by fear. You have been stalking me. His smile vanished. His face hardened, losing all traces of the charming man I thought I knew. Stalking. No, Chloe, that is such an ugly word. I was observing. I was appreciating. I was learning about the woman I was destined to be with. Destined? I scoffed, a hysterical laugh bubbling up. We matched on Tinder a few weeks ago. Oh, the app was just a formality, he said, waving a dismissive hand. I knew you were the one long before that. I saw you first at the coffee shop, about a year ago. You were wearing that pretty blue scarf, laughing into your phone. I knew, right then, that I had to have you. A year, he had been watching me. My skin crawled. The realization hit me like a physical blow. This was not just a creepy date. This was a deeply disturbed individual who had meticulously planned to insert himself into my life. You need help. Mark, I said, trying to sound firm, trying to keep the terror out of my voice. Let me go. I won't tell anyone. Just let me leave. He chuckled again, a low, guttural sound that sent shivers down my spine. Oh, Chloe, you wound me. After all this effort, all this planning, we are just getting started. This is our first real date. The others were just reconnaissance. He stood up, slowly, deliberately. He walked around the table, his eyes fixed on me. I instinctively pushed my chair back, ready to bolt. Where do you think you're going? He asked, his voice calm, but with an underlying menace that was unmistakable. I am leaving, I said, my voice trembling. I am calling the police. He was now standing directly opposite me, between me and the hallway, between me and the front door. He was much taller than I remembered, his frame suddenly imposing, menacing. No, you are not, he said, his hand shooting out and grabbing my wrist. His grip was surprisingly strong, like steel. I gasped, trying to pull away, but he held me fast. Let go of me. I screamed, panic finally overwhelming me. I tugged, twisted, but he did not budge. You are not going anywhere. Chloe, he said, his voice now devoid of any pretense of warmth. It was cold, hard, utterly devoid of emotion. We have so much to talk about, so many plans to make. I have thought about this for so long. Every detail, every moment. He pulled me towards him, his grip tightening. I cried out, struggling against him, kicking and thrashing. I tried to bring my free hand up to scratch his face, but he anticipated it, grabbing that wrist too. I was trapped, held in an iron vice. No, I screamed, my voice raw with terror. Let me go, you psycho. His face twisted into a snarl. Do not call me that. I love you. Chloe, I have always loved you. You just do not know it yet. He started dragging me towards the hallway, towards that study, towards that wall of horrors. I dug my heels in, screaming, fighting with every ounce of strength I had. I thrashed my head back, trying to headbutt him, but he was too strong, too focused. No, please, let me go. I begged, tears streaming down my face. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it would burst. He ignored my pleas, pulling me relentlessly. I tried to twist my body, to kick his shins, anything to break his hold. But he was like a rock, unyielding. As we reached the entrance to the hallway, I saw a small decorative vase on a side table. With a desperate burst of adrenaline, I kicked out, sending the table toppling. The vase crashed to the floor, shattering into a dozen pieces. The noise startled him for a split second. It was all I needed. He flinched, his grip loosening just enough for me to yank one hand free. Without thinking, I swung it, my nails raking across his face. He cried out, a sound of surprise and pain, and for a moment, he let go of my other wrist. "You little bitch," he snarled, his hand flying to his cheek, where I saw 3 angry red lines appear. That was my chance. I did not hesitate. I spun around, pushing past him, my eyes fixed on the front door. I sprinted, my legs burning, my lungs screaming for air. I heard him shout, heard the thud of his feet behind me. I reached the door, my trembling fingers fumbling for the lock. It was a deadbolt. My heart hammered. "Please, please, please." I twisted the knob. It turned, but the deadbolt was still engaged. I yanked, pulled, but it would not open. Going somewhere, his voice was right behind me, cold and deadly. I spun around, my back pressed against the door. He was standing there, a wild, furious look in his eyes, a thin line of blood trickling from his cheek. He looked like a completely different person from the charming man I would met weeks ago. This was the true Mark, a monster. He lunged. I screamed, pushing myself away from the door, scrambling backwards. I tripped over the coffee table, sending the wine bottle crashing to the floor, shattering glass everywhere. I fell, hitting my head on the edge of the sofa, a searing pain exploding behind my eyes. He was on me in an instant, his hands grabbing my ankles, pulling me across the floor. I kicked, screamed, clawed at the carpet, but he was too strong. He dragged me toward the hallway, towards the study, towards that wall of my stolen life. "No, stop, let me go." I shrieked, tears and snot blurring my vision. My head throbbed, a dull ache that intensified with every yank. He did not say a word, his face a mask of grim determination. He was panting, but his grip never faltered. He was going to take me to that room. He was going to show me his twisted masterpiece. I saw the open door of the study, the wall of photos a horrifying blur in the dim light. I could make out my own face, over and over, smiling, laughing, oblivious, just as he was about to drag me over the threshold. I saw something glinting on the floor near the shattered vase, a shard of glass, with a desperate surge of adrenaline. I reached out, my fingers closing around the sharp edge. It cut into my palm immediately, a jolt of pain, but I barely registered it. As he pulled me into the study, I twisted my body, bringing the shard of glass up in a frantic, wild arc. I aimed for his arm, his hand, anywhere I could make him let go. The glass connected with a sickening thud against his forearm. He cried out, a guttural roar of pain and rage, and his grip on my ankles finally, mercifully loosened. I scrambled backwards, away from him, ignoring the burning pain in my hand, ignoring the throbbing in my head. He was clutching his arm, blood welling up between his fingers. "You bitch," he roared, his eyes blazing with pure hatred. "You will pay for that." He lunged again, but I was already on my feet, stumbling backwards into the living room. The front door. It was still my only way out. He was fast, but I had a head start. I scrambled towards the door, ignoring the broken glass on the floor, ignoring the pain in my feet as I stepped on shards. I reached the door, my fingers fumbling with the deadbolt. It was stiff, refusing to turn. He was right behind me, a furious, grunting sound escaping his lips. I could feel his hot breath on my neck. With a final, desperate surge of strength, I twisted the deadbolt with both hands, ignoring the pain in my cut palm. It clicked open. I yanked the door open and burst out into the cool night air, gasping, sobbing. I did not look back. I just ran. I ran down his driveway, onto the sidewalk, my bare feet pounding against pavement. I could hear his shouts behind me, but I did not stop. I ran down the street, my lungs burning, my legs screaming, until I reached my car. My hands were shaking so violently I could barely get the key into the ignition. I fumbled, dropped it, picked it up again. Finally, it slid in. I turned the key, the engine roared to life, and I slammed my foot on the gas, peeling out his driveway, leaving a cloud of dust and the nightmare behind me. I drove until I could not see his house in my rearview mirror anymore, until I was miles away on a brightly lit main road. I pulled over the side of the road, my whole body shaking uncontrollably. I leaned my head against the steering wheel and sobbed. Deep, gut-wrenching sobs that tore through my chest. My hands were covered in blood, my dress was torn, and my head throbbed. But I was alive. I was out. I called the police, my voice hoarse and broken, barely able to explain what had happened. They found Mark at his house, still clutching his bleeding arm, the shattered vase and wine bottle on the floor, and the horrifying wall of photos in his study. He was arrested, charged with assault, stalking, and God knows what else. It has been months since that night. Mark is in jail, awaiting trial, and I have been in therapy, trying to process the trauma. I still jump at shadows. I still check my rearview mirror constantly. I still feel a cold dread creep up my spine whenever I see a familiar face in an unexpected place. The idea of dating, of trusting someone new, feels impossible. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and Mittens is asleep at the foot of my bed, I still see his eyes, those once warm, kind eyes twisted with a predatory hunger, with a chilling obsession. And I remember his words, whispered in that sterile house, surrounded by hundreds of photos of me. I have been looking for you for a very long time. It is a chilling reminder that sometimes the monsters are not under your bed. They are smiling at you from across a table, charming you with witty banter, waiting for the perfect moment to drop their mask. And you never, ever see them coming. The night air hit me like a physical blow, cold and sharp, a stark contrast to the suffocating terror of Liam's house. My lungs burned, each gasping breath a ragged tear in the silence. I did not know where I was going, just that I had to put as much distance as possible between me and him, between me and them. The image of their smiling faces in the pond, surrounding Liam, a monstrous tableau under moon, was seared behind my eyelids. They were everywhere. My legs were screaming, muscles seizing up, but adrenaline was a cruel master, lashing me forward. I ran until my vision blurred, until the world was just a tunnel of dark shapes and the rhythmic pounding of my own blood in my ears. I tripped, stumbled, scraped my hands on rough pavement, but I did not stop. Stopping meant being caught. Stopping meant facing those ancient, hungry eyes again. Eventually, the adrenaline began to wane, leaving behind a crushing wave of exhaustion. My chest heaved, a painful, desperate accordion. I leaned against a cold brick wall, sliding down to the ground, trying to catch my breath, trying to silence the frantic drum of my heart. The world spun, a dizzying kaleidoscope of fear and fatigue. I was in some kind of industrial park. All dark warehouses and chain-link fences, the air thick with the smell of damp earth and something acrid metallic. No lights, no cars, no sign of life. Just me, alone, a small, terrified animal caught in the vast, indifferent maw of the night. My phone was gone, probably dropped somewhere during my frantic escape. Not that it mattered. Who would I call? Chloe. The last time I would talk to her, I would have been a paranoid wreck, babbling about reflections and monsters. She would think I would finally snapped. And maybe I had. Maybe this was the snapping point. Every shadow seemed to writhe. Every glint of moonlight on a polished surface became a potential portal to a nightmare. I could not even look at my own reflection in the puddles on the ground. I knew what I would see. My haggard face, yes, but behind it, the lurking, monstrous eyes of the things that walked among us. The things that had found me. The things that were hunting me. Once you see it, it sees you back. The forum whispers echoed in my mind, a chilling prophecy fulfilled. I had seen them, and now they were everywhere. Liam had been the proof. He had not just seen me, he had found me. He had been watching me for months, collecting me like a specimen. You are meant to be found, he would purr, his voice like Maya's, like something ancient and predatory. I had to find shelter. Anywhere. My luck was running out. I knew that with a cold certainty that settled deep in my bones. I was prey, and the hunters were closing in. I pushed myself up, my legs trembling, and started walking again, hugging the shadows, my eyes darting, searching for anything that was not a reflection, anything that was not them. After what felt like an eternity, a faint glow appeared in the distance, a beacon in the oppressive darkness. It was a neon sign, flickering weakly, spelling out diner in faded red letters. Below it, a smaller sign, open 24 hours. A diner, a place of warmth, coffee, human interaction. A dangerous hope, but a hope nonetheless. My stomach rumbled, a hollow ache that reminded me how long it had been since I would eaten, since I would felt anything other than terror. Hesitantly, I approached. The building was a classic roadside diner, chrome and glass, a relic from another era. A few cars were parked haphazardly in the Lotto models, their paint dull by time. No new cars, no modern subs. That was odd, but I was beyond questioning oddities. I just needed to be inside, under a light, surrounded by people, even if those people were strangers. I pushed open the heavy glass door. A bell above chimed, a surprisingly cheerful sound that felt utterly out of place. The air inside was thick with the smell of stale coffee, fried onions, and something else, something vaguely metallic and sweet that I could not quite place. It was warm, though, a comforting heat that chased away the chill of the night. The diner was full, or at least, well, occupied for this hour. Booths lined one wall, a long counter with stools stretched along the other, backed by a gleaming stainless steel kitchen. There were probably 10 or 12 people scattered throughout the space. A couple in a booth by the window, a lone trucker-looking guy at the counter, a family of four squeezed into another booth, an old woman sipping tea, a young man hunched over a plate of fries. For a split second, a wave of profound relief washed over me. People, normal people. I could blend in, order some food, just exist for a little while without the crushing weight of being hunted. I walked towards an empty booth near the back, trying to appear casual, trying to ignore the lingering tremors in my hands. As I slid into the worn vinyl seat, my eyes swept across the room, taking in the scene. That is, when it hit me. They were all looking at me, not in a startled way, not in a curious way, not even in an annoyed way. They were just looking. Every single person in the diner. The couple by the window, their heads slightly turned. The trucker, his fork halfway to his mouth. The family, their conversation, seemingly paused mid-sentence. The old woman, her teacup poised. The young man, his fries forgotten. Their gazes were fixed, unblinking. A cold knot tightened in my stomach. This was not right. This was not normal. People glance. They might stare for a second, but then they go back to their own business. These people were not. Their eyes, dull and flat, were locked onto me. I forced a small, awkward smile, a half-hearted attempt to break the spell. No one reacted. Their faces remained utterly expressionless, their eyes unwavering. It was like they were mannequins, perfectly posed, only their eyes were tracking my every move. My heart started to pound again, a frantic drumbeat against my ribs. This was not a safe haven. This was something else. Something worse. I looked away, quickly, pretending to examine the sticky menu glued to the wall of the booth. My hands were shaking so badly I had to grip the edge of the table to steady myself. Do not panic. I told myself. Maybe it is just a coincidence. Maybe I look disheveled, and they are just curious. But deep down, I knew that was a lie. The air in the diner, which had felt warm moments ago, now felt heavy, oppressive, thick with unspoken menace. I risked another glance. Still staring. Every single one of them. The trucker had not moved his fork. The old woman had not lowered her teacup. The family had not resumed their meal. It was like time had frozen for everyone but me. Where was the waitress? There was no one behind the counter, no one bustling in the kitchen. Just a silence so profound it was almost deafening, broken only by the faint hum of the fluorescent lights and the frantic thumping of my own heart. I tried to swallow, but my throat was suddenly dry, constricted. I slowly, carefully, reached for the water glass on the table. My hand trembled so violently that the ice clinked against the glass, a tiny, fragile sound that seemed to shatter the oppressive silence. Still no one moved. Still no one blinked. Their eyes, that was the worst part. They were not the active, predatory eyes of Liam or the ancient, knowing eyes I saw in reflections. These were passive, empty eyes, like windows to nothing. But they were all pointed at me. I looked toward the kitchen entrance, hoping to see a cook, a human being who would break this horrifying tableau. Nothing, just the dark opening, a deeper shadow within the shadows. My gaze landed on the counter. The trucker was still there, his beefy hand frozen mid-air. But next to him, sitting on a stool at the very end of the counter, was a man I had not noticed before. He was older, maybe in his 60s, with a neatly trimmed gray beard and calm, intelligent eyes. He was sipping from a coffee cup, his posture relaxed, almost serene, and he was not looking at me. A flicker of desperate hope ignited within me. He was different. He was normal. He was my out. I slowly stood up, my legs feeling like lead, my eyes still darting between the unblinking faces, and this one man who seemed to be ignoring me. I started to walk towards the counter, towards him. Each step felt impossibly heavy, like wading through thick mud. The silence intensified, if that was even possible, as I drew closer. I noticed something else about the other patrons. They were not just still, they were unnaturally still. Not a single muscle twitch, not a breath visible. Their skin had a strange, waxy sheen under the diner's harsh lights. Their clothes, though ordinary, seemed to hang on them without a wrinkle, as if they had been dressed by a careful hand and then left undisturbed for a very long time. My mind screamed, they are not alive. They are not human. My worst fears, the forum whispers, the reflections, Liam et al. Coalesced into a single, terrifying truth. This was not a diner. It was a trap, and I had walked right into it. I reached the counter, standing a few stools away from the gray-bearded man. He still had not looked at me. He just slowly, deliberately, took another sip of his coffee. The clinking of the ceramic cup against the saucer was the only sound in the entire room, aside from my ragged breathing. "Excuse me," I whispered, my voice hoarse, barely audible. Is anyone working here?" The man slowly lowered his cup, placed it gently on the saucer, and then very, very slowly turned his head to look at me. His eyes were a startling blue, clear and intelligent, utterly unlike the dead, flat eyes of the others. But there was something else in them, an ancient weariness, a profound sadness, and a chilling, knowing calm. He did not blink. My blood ran cold. My stomach lurched. He was not different. He was just better at it. Better at the illusion. Better at pretending to be human. A slow smile spread across his face, a smile that did not reach his eyes. It was a gentle smile, almost kind, but it sent shivers down my spine. It was the smile of a predator who had finally cornered its prey. "We have been expecting you," he said, his voice a low, resonant baritone, surprisingly warm, almost comforting. It was the voice of a man who had seen too much, done too much, and was now merely existing. "You have been quite a difficult one to track down. I must say," my mind reeled. "Expecting me? How? Who was he? What was this place? What are you talking about?" I stammered, backing away slightly, my hand instinctively reaching for something, anything, to defend myself. There was nothing, just the smooth, cold surface of the counter. He chuckled, a soft, dry sound. "Oh, you know exactly what I am talking about. The seeing, The reflections, the other side of the veil, as some call it. You have had a rather unfortunate awakening. Have not you? He gestured vaguely around the diner with a hand that looked surprisingly human, though I could almost feel the coldness emanating from it. These good people, he said, his voice still gentle, they are just placeholders, a facade, to draw on the lost, the disoriented, like yourself. My gaze flickered to the other patrons. They were still staring, unblinking, unmoving. They were not just placeholders, they were trophies. Or perhaps husks. Liam was an amateur, really. The man continued, his eyes never leaving mine. A bit too eager, a bit too sloppy. Taking pictures, really? So gauche, but effective. I suppose, for someone as desperate for connection as you were. The mention of Liam, his casual dismissal of the predator who had terrorized me, sent a fresh wave of horror through me. This man was on a different level. Liam was a hunter, this man was the master of the hunt. Who are you? I whispered, my voice trembling. He leaned forward slightly, his blue eyes piercing. I am a curator, you might say, of experiences, of souls. And you, my friend, are a rather rare specimen. One who sees us, truly sees us, without succumbing to madness or self-destruction. I am going mad. I choked out a desperate plea. This is not real. He shook his head, a sad, slow movement. Oh, it is very real. More real than you can imagine. You see, most people, when they catch a glimpse of what truly lies beneath the surface, they break. They retreat into denial, or they lose their minds completely. Some even take their own lives, unable to reconcile the two realities. He paused, a strange glint in his eyes. But you kept looking. You kept searching. Even after Maya. Even after the reflections started. Even after cutting off your friends. Convinced you were protecting them. You still craved connection. You still sought understanding. He was dissecting me, laying bare my deepest vulnerabilities, my every desperate choice. He knew about Chloe, about my isolation, about my attempt at Tinder. He knew everything. You are wrong. I tried to argue, but the words fell hollow, even to me. Am I? He asked, a hint of amusement in his tone. You tried Tinder, did not you? A gamble, a dangerous observation. You called it in your head. You hoped for human connection, yes, but a part of you also hoped to find another one of us, to understand. My blood ran cold. He was right. He was terrifyingly, utterly right. I had hoped to find another one of them, in a twisted, morbid curiosity, to confirm I was not alone in my horror. You are a bridge, my friend, he said, his voice dropping to a near whisper, yet it filled a silent diner. A rare, precious bridge between our world and theirs. And we have need of you. I felt profound dread settle over me, heavier than any fear I had felt before. This was not just about being hunted. This was about being used. What do you want? I asked, my voice barely a croak. He smiled again, that gentle, chilling smile. Knowledge. Understanding. We have existed alongside humanity for millennia, unseen, unheard, touching their lives in subtle ways. But you perceive us. You are a living conduit. We want to understand what it means, this seeing of yours, how it works, why some are afflicted, and others remain blissfully ignorant. My mind raced, trying to find an escape, a loophole, anything. I do not know anything. I just see things. I do not understand any of it. He chuckled softly. Oh, but you will. We have ways of extracting information. And after that, well, let us just say your unique perspective will be invaluable. He slowly pushed himself off the stool, moving with an unnerving grace. His movements were fluid, silent, like a shadow detaching itself from the wall. He walked towards me, his unblinking blue eyes fixed on mine. I stumbled backward, hitting the counter. My hand automatically went to my pocket, searching for a weapon, for anything. Nothing. I was defenseless. Do not bother, he said, his voice still calm, still warm. There's nowhere to run. Not anymore. The moment you walked into this diner, your luck truly ran out. I looked around desperately. The other patrons, the unblinking, waxy faces, they were still staring, but now their gazes felt heavier, more focused, as if they were waiting for a signal. They are not going to help you, he said, as if reading my thoughts. They are merely the audience for your final performance. He was only a few feet away now. I could feel the cold emanating from him, a deep, bone-chilling cold that seemed to seep into my very marrow. His face, so human, so kind, was now tinged with something ancient and predatory. His eyes, those startling blue eyes, seemed to swirl with fathomless depths like looking into a cosmic abyss. I remembered Liam's maw, the vast, black emptiness. I remembered Maya's cold touch, her chilling purr. This man, he was older, more powerful, more patient. Please, I begged, tears streaming down my face, hot trails on my cold skin. Just let me go. I won't tell anyone. I will disappear. I will never look at another reflection again. He stopped directly in front of me, his height casting a long, skeletal shadow over me. He reached out a hand, surprisingly delicate, and gently touched my cheek. His touch was colder than anything I had ever felt, colder than ice, colder than death itself. It felt like my skin was instantly freezing, turning brittle. Ah, but that is the beauty of it, he purred, his voice now taking on that familiar, chilling cadence, just like Maya's, just like Liam's. You can't unsee it. And now that you are here, you won't have to. You will be with us. Forever. His thumb brushed over my cheekbone, and then, slowly, his fingers began to curl around my jaw, his grip tightening. It was not painful, not yet, but was firm, utterly inescapable. I could feel the cold radiating from his touch, spreading across my face, numbing me. I struggled, a pathetic, desperate thrashing. My legs gave out, and he held me up, his grip unwavering. My eyes darted to the large, mirrored wall behind the counter, a final, horrifying glance. And there it was. Not my face, not even his human disguise. In the reflection, his face was a swirling vortex of shadow and light, ever shifting, ever changing, a kaleidoscope of ancient, alien forms. And behind him, stretching out into the endless depths of the mirror, were countless others. Not the waxy, unblinking patrons of the diner, but a swirling, endless multitude of grotesque, impossible shapes, all with eyes that burned with a cold, hungry light. And in the center of it all, a vast black maw, not Liam's, but something infinitely larger, infinitely older waiting. And then I saw my own reflection. My haggard, terrified face, yes. But behind it, not just the monstrous eyes of them, but something else. Something within me. A faint, shimmering outline, a nascent form, slowly beginning to take shape. It was like a parasite or a seed, blooming in the terror-soaked soil of my soul. I was changing. I was becoming something else. He pulled me closer, his cold breath ghosting over my ear. "Welcome, my bridge," he whispered, his voice a symphony of ancient whispers and hungry anticipation. "Welcome home." The world began to spin, the fluorescent lights of the diner blurring into a dizzying tunnel. The metallic, sweet smell in the air intensified, sickly sweet, like ozone and old blood. I felt a pressure behind my eyes, a sensation being stretched, pulled apart, then reassembled. The last thing I saw before the darkness fully consumed me was the unblinking faces of the diner patrons, their fixed stares now seeming to hold a faint, satisfied glint. Their silent, unmoving forms were no longer just an audience. They were witnesses, and I was no longer merely prey. I was a prize. My luck had finally, irrevocably, run out, and I knew, with a certainty that transcended fear, that this was only the beginning of my true horror. My life was not exactly a highlight reel. I was 32, living in a city that felt more like a concrete cage than a home, and my social life had dwindled to an occasional brunch with friends who were all either happily married or too busy chasing their own careers to truly connect. I was lonely, plain and simple. So, like countless others before me, I turned to the digital abyss of Tinder, swiping through an endless parade of gym selfies, questionable fishing photos, and bios that read like bad poetry. Most of my matches fizzled out after a few awkward messages, or led to first dates that were so dull, they made watching paint dry seem like an extreme sport. I was about ready to throw in the towel when I matched with Mark. His profile was refreshingly normal, a clear, friendly photo, a bio that mentioned a love for hiking and old movies, and a job as a freelance graphic designer. No red flags, no weird boasts, just a quiet, unassuming charm. We started chatting, and it was surprisingly easy. He was witty, intelligent, and seemed genuinely interested in what I had to say. We talked about everything from our favorite obscure documentaries to the best local coffee shops. After a week of solid conversation, he suggested we meet up. My place is usually more relaxed, he typed. I could cook us something, or we could just order in and throw on a movie. No pressure, totally casual. Normally, I would be wary of a first date at someone's apartment. My mom's warnings about stranger danger still echoed in my head, even at my age. But Mark had been so consistently kind and engaging, and honestly, the thought of another loud bar or a crowded restaurant felt exhausting. I craved something low-key, something intimate, a chance to really connect without the usual first date performance. Besides, it was a Saturday night, and my options were either this or another evening spent scrolling through Netflix alone. I told myself it was fine. He seemed harmless. Sounds perfect. I replied, a small flutter of excitement in my chest. His apartment was in an older part town, nestled among a cluster of brick buildings that looked like they would seen better decades. The streetlights here were sparse, casting long, dramatic shadows that danced with the rustling leaves on the sidewalks. I parked my car under a sickly-looking oak tree, the kind whose branches clawed at the night sky, and took a deep breath. The air was cool, carrying the faint, damp scent of decaying leaves, and something else, something metallic, almost like old pennies, but I dismissed it as my imagination. The building itself was a bit run down. Peeling paint clung to the window frames, and the lobby smelled faintly of stale cigarettes and something vaguely chemical, like a forgotten cleaning product. The elevator creaked its way up to the third floor, moving with a ponderous slowness that made my stomach churn with nervous energy. As I stepped out, the hallway was dimly lit by a single, flickering fluorescent tube that hummed an irritating, high-pitched tune. His apartment, number 3B, was at the very end. I hesitated for a moment, smoothing down my dress, checking my reflection in the dark glass of a fire extinguisher case. You are being silly. Sarah, I told myself, it is just a date. I raised my hand to knock, but before my knuckles could connect, the door creaked open a few inches. Mark stood there, a warm smile on his face, looking exactly like his photos, maybe even a little more handsome in person. He had kind eyes, though I noticed they held an almost unsettling intensity when he looked directly at me, a lingering gaze that felt a little too deep. Sarah, come in, he said, his voice a smooth, low baritone that instantly put me at ease, despite the lingering unease from the building itself. I was just about to open a bottle of wine. I stepped inside, and the first thing I noticed was the smell. It was subtle at first, masked by a faint hint of citrus air freshener, but underneath it, there was a cloying, organic odor. Not quite decay, not quite cleaning products, but something vaguely sweet and earthy, like overturned soil or very ripe fruit. It was unsettling, but I told myself maybe he had a lot of plants, or was a fan of weird incense. The apartment itself was surprisingly neat, if a bit sparse. The living room was dominated by a large, comfortable-looking couch facing a flat-screen TV. A coffee table held a neat stack of magazines and a remote. Everything seemed normal. Then I saw them, against the far wall, Stretching almost the entire length of the room were a series of structures. They were all covered by sheets, different colors and fabrics, some white, some faded floral patterns, one a dark, heavy canvas. They varied slightly in height and width, but their overall shape was unmistakable. Cages, a dozen, maybe more, lined up in a silent, watchful row. My breath hitched. My eyes darted from the covered shapes back to Mark, who was now closing the door behind me. He had not seemed to notice my gaze. "Make yourself comfortable." He gestured to the couch, his smile still in place. "I just need to grab the glasses." He headed towards what I presumed was the kitchen, disappearing around a corner. I stood there frozen, my eyes locked on the covered cages. What were those? My mind raced, tried to find a logical explanation. Maybe he had a pet store. No, he was a graphic designer. Maybe he rescued animals. But these did not look like standard pet carriers. They looked sturdier, more permanent. And so many of them. I forced myself to walk toward the couch, my steps light and cautious, as if the floorboards might creak and alert the silent, shrouded objects. I sat down, trying to appear casual, but my heart was doing a frantic samba in my chest. The smell seemed a little stronger here, closer to the source. It was definitely organic, a faint, sickly sweetness that made the back of my throat itch. A soft sound broke the silence, a faint rustle, a delicate click, almost imperceptible, coming from behind one of the sheets. It was so quiet I almost dismissed it as the building settling or my own nerves playing tricks. Mark reappeared a moment later, 2 wine glasses in hand, a bottle tucked under his arm. "Sorry about that," he said, pouring us each a generous amount of red. "So, how was your drive over?" He sat down opposite me, his gaze friendly, but those intense eyes still held that unsettling depth. "It was fine," I managed, trying to keep my voice steady. "The building's interesting." I gestured vaguely around the room, hoping he would take the bait and explain the elephant, or rather, the multiple sheet-covered cages in the room. He chuckled, a low, pleasant sound. "Yeah, it has got character. Old place, but it works for me. Quiet." He took a sip of his wine, then looked at me, a polite, expectant smile on his face. He was not going to offer an explanation. I took a deep breath. "So, what are all these?" I asked, trying to sound curious, not alarmed, nodding towards the shrouded objects. Mark followed my gaze, and his smile did not falter, but something in his eyes shifted, a momentary hardening, a flicker of something unreadable. "Oh, those," he said, as if noticing them for the first time. "Just some projects. I am a bit of a hoarder sometimes. You know how it is." He waved a dismissive hand. "I have got a lot of hobbies. And a friend needed some storage for A. While projects," I repeated, trying to keep the skepticism out of my voice. "What kind of projects?" He laughed a bit too quickly. "Oh, artsy stuff. Sometimes I tinker. Nothing exciting. I promise. Just clutter. We can ignore them. So about that movie. I was thinking maybe that documentary on deep-sea creatures we talked about." He was clearly trying to change the subject, and the abruptness of it made a cold knot tighten in my stomach. I nodded, forcing a smile. "Sure, that sounds great." My mind, however, was miles away, fixated on the covered shapes. Another faint sound, this time a soft, almost imperceptible scratching, reached my ears. It was not the rhythmic scritch of a mouse, nor the sharp tap of a bird's beak. It was softer, more continuous, like something trying to dig its way out of soft material. We put on the documentary, a fascinating but ultimately distracting film about bioluminescent fish. Mark was a good host, offering me snacks and refilling my wine glass, but my attention kept drifting. Every few minutes, my eyes would flick to the covered cages. The subtle movements under the sheets, the faint sound, they were like an insistent, silent chorus, demanding my attention. The cloying smell seemed to intensify with each passing minute, making me feel slightly nauseous. Mark, however, seemed oblivious. He was engrossed in the documentary, offering commentary on the strange creatures on screen, occasionally glancing at me with that same unsettlingly intense gaze. He was being charming, attentive, everything a good date should be. But the cages, they were a constant, terrifying presence. I needed a moment to myself. I am just going to use the restroom, I said, trying to sound casual. Of course, he replied, barely looking away from the screen. Down the hall, second door on the left. I practically fled the living room, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The hallway was narrow, and the dim light made the shadows dance around me. I found the bathroom, a small, immaculately clean space. Too clean, almost sterile. There were no personal touches, no decorative soap, no fluffy towels, just a single, stark bar of white soap on the sink. It felt less like a home bathroom and more like a public facility. I splashed cold water on my face, trying to calm my racing thoughts. This was insane. I was letting my imagination run wild. He said they were projects or storage. Maybe he collected antique bird cages. Or he was a taxidermist. No, that smell was not chemicals. It was organic. And the sounds. I pulled out my phone. My fingers trembled as I typed a quick message to my friend. Jess, on a date. Guy's apartment is full of weird, sheet-covered cages. Feeling super uneasy. Will call you later. I hit send, a tiny sliver of relief washing over me. At least someone knew where I was, and that something felt off. Taking a deep breath, I tried to compose myself. I could not just bolt. That would be rude, and potentially dangerous if he reacted badly. I needed to play it cool, make an excuse, and get out of here. When I stepped back into the living room, Mark was no longer on the couch. He was standing near the row of cages, his back to me, his hand resting lightly on the edge of one of the sheets. He was not looking at them, but rather out the window, his posture strangely rigid. My heart leaped into my throat. Had he heard me? Was he doing something with them? He turned as I entered, a soft smile returning to his face. Everything okay? He asked, his voice smooth. Yes, fine. I replied, trying to sound normal. My eyes, however, were fixed on the sheet his hand had been touching. It seemed to be draped a little differently now, a slight ripple in the fabric that had not been there before. The movie was still playing, but the sounds from the cages were louder now, or maybe I was just more attuned to them. A definite scratching, a soft, almost mournful whimper. And that smell was thick and cloying, a sweet, sickly aroma that made my stomach churn. I knew I could not stay. Mark, I said, trying to keep my voice light. This has been great, but I just remembered I have an early morning tomorrow. A big presentation. It was a lie, but it was the best I could come up with. I should probably head out. His smile did not disappear, but froze, becoming a fixed, unsettling mask. Oh, already, he said, his voice losing some of its warmth. But we were just getting to know each other. I was about to order us some food. He took a step towards me, subtly blocking my path to the door. The air in the room suddenly felt heavy, thick with unspoken tension. The silence from the TV seemed to amplify the faint, disturbing sounds emanating from the covered cages. The scratching was more insistent now, almost desperate. A low, guttural growl, barely audible, made the hairs on my arm stand on end. I really do need to go. I insisted, my voice firmer than I intended. I took a step sideways, trying to move around him towards the apartment door. Mark took another step, mirroring mine, his body still between me and the exit. His eyes were wide, and in the dim light, they seemed to reflect a chilling emptiness. But Sarah, he said, his voice a low whisper that sent shivers down my spine, you can't leave. Not yet. The others, they are still waiting to meet you. He gestured vaguely with his head toward the row of covered cages. They are hungry. My blood ran cold. My mind screamed. This was not a joke. This was not a weird hobby. This was something truly, deeply wrong. The fear that had been a dull throb in my chest suddenly exploded into a full-blown panic. "Let me go." I choked out, my voice barely a whisper. I tried to push past him, my hand reaching frantically for the doorknob. He moved surprisingly fast, his hand shooting out and grabbing my arm, his grip surprisingly strong. His fingers were cold, almost clammy. "Do not be silly." "Sarah," he murmured, his face inches from mine. His breath smelled like the cloying sweetness of the room. "You are perfect. So many people just do not understand. But you have that spark. You will fit right in." I recoiled, yanking my arm, but his grip was like iron. My eyes darted around the room, searching for anything, a weapon, an escape route. The door was right there, so close yet so far. In my frantic struggle, my elbow accidentally slammed into one of the covered cages. The sheet, a faded floral pattern, slipped, revealing a small section of the interior. What I saw made my blood run cold, freezing the scream in my throat. It was not an animal. It was not a project. Inside the cage, nestled on a stained, matted blanket, was a child's worn sneaker. Next to it, a small, faded doll, its plastic face cracked, one button I'm missing. And beside those, a tangle of long, dark hair, clearly human, matted and dry, as if it had been ripped from a scalp. The bottom of the cage was streaked with dark, reddish-brown stains, dry and flaky. The smell intensified, becoming sickeningly sweet, like something rotting beneath a thin layer of perfume. The low whimpers and scratchings from the other cages suddenly made horrifying sense. "No," I shrieked, a primal scream tearing its way from my lungs. The sight, the smell, the realization it was too much. I twisted violently, adrenaline coursing through my veins, giving me a burst of strength. Mark's grip loosened for a split second. I slammed my heel down onto his foot hard. He let out a gasp of pain, his grip finally breaking. I did not hesitate. I lunged to the door, my hand closing around the cold metal of the knob. I twisted it, fumbling frantically, my eyes darting back to Mark. He was hopping on one foot, his face contorted in a silent snarl, his eyes burning with an unholy rage. "You can't leave," he roared, no longer whispering, his voice raw and guttural, no longer the charming man from Tinder. "You belong here. We need you." He lunged for me again, but I was faster. The door clicked open. I burst out into the dimly lit hallway, not even bothering to close it behind me. I heard his heavy footsteps thundering behind me. Panic lent me wings. I did not wait for the agonizingly slow elevator. I flew down the 3 flights of stairs, my feet pounding against concrete, each step jarring my bones. The flickering fluorescent light in the lobby seemed to mock me, casting my elongated shadow as I ran. I pushed through the heavy glass door and burst out into the cool night air, gasping for breath, my lungs burning. My car was still there, under the sickly oak tree. I fumbled for my keys, my hands shaking so violently I almost dropped them. I heard the apartment building door creak, open behind me. I did not look back. I just knew he was there, watching. I jammed the key into the ignition, the engine sputtering to life after a terrifying moment of hesitation. I threw the car into reverse, tires squealing as I backed out of the parking spot, then sped down the street, my heart still hammering against my ribs, convinced I would see his face in my rear-view mirror. I drove for what felt like hours, not caring where I was going, just needing to put as much distance as possible between myself and that apartment, that man, those horrifying, silent cages. When I finally pulled over on a deserted stretch of highway, far from the city lights, my body was trembling uncontrollably. I leaned my head against the steering wheel, hot tears streaming down my face. The image of the child's sneaker, the doll, the human hair, burned into my mind. The cloying, sweet smell of that apartment seemed to cling to my clothes, to my hair, to my very skin. I pulled out my phone, my fingers still shaking, and called the police. I tried to explain, to articulate the horror, the cages, the objects inside, Mark's words. But even as I spoke, I knew how it sounded. A frantic woman, a Tinder date gone wrong, a weird guy with storage. They listened patiently, then sent an officer to meet me. I recounted the story again, trying to keep my voice steady, to sound credible. The officer, a kind-faced woman, took down my statement, her expression polite but non-committal. She promised to send a patrol car to check out the address. I waited in my car, shivering, even though the night was not particularly cold. An hour later, she called me back. MS, Davis, she said, her voice gentle. We sent a unit to the address you provided. Apartment 3B. The door was unlocked, as you said, but the apartment was empty, completely empty. No furniture, no personal belongings, and certainly no cages. My blood ran cold for the second time that night. What? No, that is impossible. I cried, my voice cracking. They were there. I saw them. I touched one. Madam, the unit reported the apartment was vacant. Looks like it has been empty for a while. Dust on the floors, no signs of recent occupancy. I stare at my phone, disbelief warring with a fresh wave of terror. Empty. How could it be empty? I had been there. I had seen him. I had seen the cages. Are you sure it was 3B? I asked, my voice barely a whisper. Positive. Madam. We double-checked the address. I hung up, my mind reeling. Had I imagined it? Was I going crazy? No. The fear was too real, the images too vivid, the smell too distinct. The next few days were a blur of sleepless nights and paranoid glances over my shoulder. I went to the police station in person, trying to convince them, but without any physical evidence, without even a trace of Mark, they could do nothing. They treated me with a mixture of pity and professional detachment, suggesting I might have been under duress, experiencing a panic attack. I tried to go back to my normal life, but it was impossible. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden shape. Every unfamiliar smell triggered the memory of that cloying sweetness. I started seeing cages everywhere in hardware stores, in pet shops. Even the pattern grates of storm drains began to resemble the latticework of a cage. I deleted my Tinder profile, swearing off online dating forever. But the sense of dread did not lift. I could not shake the feeling that Mark was still out there, that those cages were still out there, somewhere, and that unsettling, lingering gaze he had, the way he looked at me, as if sizing me up, as if I was just another object to be collected. One evening, a week after the incident, I was home, trying to distract myself with a book, when my phone buzzed. It was an unknown number. I almost did not answer, but something compelled me. Hello, I said, my voice tentative. There was a moment of silence on the other end, then a low, familiar chuckle. My blood ran cold. Sarah, Mark's voice, smooth and chillingly calm, filled my ear. You left so suddenly. I was worried. My hand flew to my mouth, stifling a gasp. How did you get this number? I whispered, my heart hammering. Oh, Sarah, he said, his voice laced with knowing amusement that made my stomach clench. You forget. I am very good at finding what I need. And you were such a promising find. Then his voice dropped, becoming a low, guttural murmur that sent shivers down my spine. We missed you. The collection felt incomplete without you. But do not worry. We will find another one. We always do. The line went dead. I dropped my phone, my hands shaking uncontrollably. He was out there. He knew where I lived. He was still looking. And the we he spoke of, it was not just him. The horror was not just about what I saw, or what I almost became. It was a chilling knowledge that there were others, that this was not an isolated incident, and that somewhere, in another quiet apartment, in another forgotten corner of the city, those sheet-covered cages were waiting, silently, patiently, for their next occupant. And I knew, with a terrifying certainty, that I would never truly be free of them. The world had become a vast, open-ended prison, and I was just one more person who had seen too much. It had been a long week. Actually, to be honest, it had been a long year. My life felt like it was stuck on a loop. Wake up, work, microwave dinner, scroll mindlessly, sleep, repeat. I was tired of it. Tired of the silence in my apartment. Tired of the same four walls. Tired of the nagging feeling that I was missing out on, well, everything. That is why I was on Tinder. Not for a soulmate, not for a serious relationship, just for a spark, a distraction, something to break the monotony. I would swipe left on countless profiles at night, gym selfies, fish pictures, guys holding up babies that were not theirs. Then a profile popped up that made me pause. Delara. Her picture was an artistic black and white shot, just her profile, looking out a window. Her hair was dark, long, falling over one shoulder. She had a delicate nose, full lips, and an almost ethereal quality. Her bio was short, seeking unique experiences and genuine connections. Not for the faint of heart. Intrigued, I swiped right. To my surprise, it was an instant match. A message popped up a minute later. Hey there, stranger. You look like you could use an adventure. I chuckled, a genuine sound I had not made in a while. You are not wrong. I typed back, what kind of adventure did you have in mind? Her reply was quick. Something off the beaten path. I am tired of coffee shops and loud bars. How about something a little more atmospheric? My curiosity was piqued. Atmospheric. Like a haunted house tour. Or maybe a clandestine meeting in a dimly lit alley. I was trying to be playful. But a tiny part of me was already wondering if this was going to be one of those dates that ended with a weird story. Better, she wrote. Much, much better. There's this old abandoned hospital on the edge of town. SD, Jude's. It has been empty for decades. I was thinking we could meet there, explore a bit, see what secrets it holds. I stare at the message, my thumb hovering over the keyboard. An abandoned hospital. My first thought was, no way. That was straight out of a horror movie. Red flags immediately started waving like crazy in my brain. Who suggests an abandoned hospital for a first date? What kind of person even thinks that is a good idea? An abandoned hospital. I typed, trying to keep my tone light, but my fingers were already tingling with a mix of apprehension and something else. Excitement. Maybe. That is certainly unique. A little creepy, do not you think? Only if you let it be, she replied, a winking emoji following the text. Think of it as urban exploration. A chance to see beauty and decay. Plus, it is quiet. We can actually talk without shouting over a crowd. Unless you are scared. That last part hit me. Scared. Me, I was a grown man. I was not scared. Maybe a little cautious, sure, but not scared. And the idea of beauty and decay actually resonated with something in me. I would always been fascinated by old, forgotten places, even if I would never been brave enough to explore them myself. This was my chance, right? A story to tell, a unique experience. And Alara, she was interesting. Definitely not boring. Scared is not the word. I typed back, try and project a cool confidence I did not quite feel. Intrigued, maybe. A little bewildered. But okay, you got my attention. When were you thinking? Tonight, she wrote. Midnight. The main entrance. Do not be late. Midnight. Of course. It had to be midnight. This was either going to be the most memorable date of my life or the biggest mistake. I told myself it was fine. I would bring my phone, fully charged. I would tell a friend where I was going, though I doubted I actually would. And if anything felt off, I would just leave. Easy. I spent the next few hours trying to distract myself, but my mind kept drifting back to SD, Jude's. I even did a quick search online. The hospital had a long, grim history. built in the 1920s. It had been a state-of-the-art facility for a while, then fell into disrepair. Rumors of malpractice, mysterious deaths, and questionable psychiatric treatments had plagued it in its later years before it finally closed its doors in the late 80s. Locals called it the Whispering Walls. Great. Just great. As the clock ticked closer to midnight, a knot of genuine anxiety began to form in my stomach. What if she was a psycho? What if I was the one being lured into a trap? But then I picture her profile picture again, that artistic, almost innocent gaze, and the idea of an adventure, of breaking free from my monotonous routine, was too strong to resist. I grabbed my car keys, a small flashlight, and headed out. The drive to SD. Jude's was eerily quiet. The hospital was located on a winding, unlit road, surrounded by dense woods. Streetlights faded out entirely about a mile before I reached it. My headlights cut through the inky blackness, illuminating skeletal trees and overgrown bushes that clawed at the sides of the road. Finally, I saw it, looming in the distance, silhouetted against the faint glow of the distant city, was SD, Jude's. It was enormous, a sprawling brick monstrosity with countless dark windows that looked like empty eye sockets. Vines snaked up its walls, reclaiming the brickwork, and the entire structure seemed to sag under its own weight, a monument to decay. A rusted iron fence, half collapsed in places, surrounded the property. I parked my car a little ways down the road, out of direct sight of the main entrance, just in case. My heart was pounding a rhythm against my ribs that felt far too loud in the silence. The air was cold, damp, and carried the faint, earthy smell of wet leaves and something metallic and stale, like old blood and rust. As I walked toward the entrance, my flashlight beam danced across the crumbling asphalt driveway, revealing cracks and weeds pushing through. The main doors were huge, made of dark, heavy wood, covering graffiti and peeling paint. They looked like they had not been opened in decades. But as I got closer, I saw that one of them was ajar, just a sliver, like a mouth slightly open in a silent scream. And then I saw her. Alara was standing just inside the entrance, bathed in the dim light of my approaching flashlight beam. She was even more striking in person. Her dark hair cascaded around her shoulders, and her eyes, even in the gloom, seemed to sparkle with an unnatural intensity. She was wearing a dark, almost goth-like dress that seemed perfectly suited to the setting. "You made it," she said, her voice a soft murmur that seemed to echo strangely in the vast silence. There was a faint smile on her lips, but it did not quite reach her eyes. Her eyes, they were a very deep brown, almost black, and they seemed to hold a vast, ancient knowledge. Would not miss it for the world. I replied, trying to sound confident, but my voice came out a little breathy. I felt a shiver that had nothing to do with the cold. There was something about her, a subtle rawness that I could not quite place. Her movements were too fluid, too graceful, like a predator. She pushed the door open wider, and a gust of stale, heavy air washed over me. It smelled of dust, mold, and something else indescribably unsettling, like sickness and despair. "Welcome to SD. Jude's," she said, gesturing inside. "Our private little slice of history." Stepping inside was like entering another dimension. The main lobby was cavernous, with a grand, sweeping staircase that spiraled upwards into darkness. Dust motes danced in the slivers of moonlight that pierced through grimy windows. The floor was littered with debris, fallen plaster, broken glass, forgotten paperwork. The silence here was oppressive, a heavy blanket that seemed to absorb all sound. Every creak of the building, every rustle of wind outside, seemed amplified, distorted. So, I said, trying to break the tension, "Where do we start our adventure?" Alara turned, her dark eyes sweeping over the lobby, as if she were taking it all in for the first time, or perhaps remembering it. "The old administrative offices are usually a good place," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "Lots of files, patient records. You can piece together the stories of the people who walk these halls." She led the way, her footsteps surprisingly light on the debris-strewn floor. My own shoes crunch and scuffed, the sound echoing loudly. My flashlight beam cut through the darkness, revealing faded murals on the walls, once vibrant, now peeling and cracked. We passed empty reception desks, their surfaces covered in decades of dust. The administrative offices were a mess. Filing cabinets lay toppled over, paper scattered everywhere like fallen leaves. I picked up a yellowed sheet, a patient's admission form from 1958. A young woman, admitted for hysteria. It made my stomach clench. The thought of all the suffering, the fear that had permeated these walls, it was almost palpable. Ilara seemed to revel in it. She moved with an almost unsettling grace, sifting through papers, her fingers brushing over long forgotten objects. Imagine, she murmured, her voice barely audible, the lives that were lived and lost here. The hopes, the dreams, the terror. It is a lot to take in. I admitted, my voice hoarse. I kept shining my flashlight around, jumpy at every shadow. I swore I heard a faint whisper, a child's cry, just at the edge of my hearing. I tried to dismiss it as the wind, or my imagination playing tricks. This place has a unique energy. Ilara said, turning to face me. Her eyes seemed to glow in the dim light. Some places are like that. You know, they absorb the emotions, the pain, the very essence of what happened there. They become thin. Thin. I asked, my brow furrowed. Yes, she said, taking a step closer. Thin places, where the veil between our world and others is weak, where things can bleed through, where you can sometimes see what is not meant to be seen. My blood ran cold. This was starting to sound familiar. The thin places, seeing things others could not. The previous story's recap flashed into my mind. I tried to shake it off. Coincidence. I told myself, she is just being poetic. You believe in that kind of stuff. I asked, trying to sound casual, but my voice wavered slightly. I believe in what I have experienced, she said, her smile widening, showing just a hint of too many teeth. And this place, it is very thin. Can't you feel it? I could feel something. A pressure in the air, a prickling sensation on my skin, like static electricity. The silence was not just silent anymore, it felt like it was listening. Let me show you something, she said, not waiting for my answer. She turned and began to walk deeper into the hospital, heading toward a corridor that was even darker than the lobby. Where are we going? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The old psychiatric wing, she replied, without looking back. It is the thinnest of all. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to turn around, to run, to get out of there. But a perverse curiosity, a morbid fascination, held me in place. I followed her, my flashlight beam bouncing frantically ahead, illuminating peeling paint, overturned gurneys, and occasional, deeply unsettling children's drawing still tacked to a wall. The further we went, the colder it got. The air grew heavy, damp, and the metallic smell became stronger, mingled with something sickly sweet, like decaying flowers. The whispers grew louder, too, no longer just a trick of my imagination. They were faint, indistinct, but definitely there, a chorus of hushed voices just beyond my comprehension. We reached a section of the hospital that was utterly ruined. Doors hung off their hinges, revealing small, padded rooms. The walls were covered in faded, disturbing scrawls and scratches. This was the place. The psychiatric ward. Ilara stopped in front of a particularly dilapidated room, its door completely gone. She turned, and in the beam of my flashlight, her face was illuminated. Her eyes were wide, almost black. Her pupils seemed to dilate, reflecting the darkness around us. Her smile was no longer just wide, it was a hungry, predatory grin. This room, she whispered, her voice a low, guttural hum that vibrated through floorboards, was where they kept the ones who truly saw, the ones who could not unsee. They called them mad, but they were just sensitive. Like you. My breath hitched in my throat. Like me. What are you talking about? You have felt it. Have not you? She said, her voice gaining a strange, echoing quality. The unease, the whispers, the feeling that you're not alone. You are a bridge, just like the others. A vessel waiting to be filled. My mind raced. Bridge. Vessel. What are you talking about? Are you messing with me? I tried to keep my voice steady, but it was cracking. My hand was shaking so hard, I almost dropped the flashlight. She laughed, a chilling, resonant sound that seemed to come from everywhere at once. It was not a human laugh. Messing with you. Oh no, my dear. This is far beyond a simple game. You were drawn here, just as they were drawn to you. Your restlessness, your desire for something more, your willingness to explore the offbeat path. It was all a calling. As she spoke, the air around us grew thick and heavy, like trying to breathe underwater. The whispers intensified, becoming a cacophony of overlapping voices, a chorus of pain and longing. The room began to distort, the walls seeming to pulse and breathe. Shadows detached themselves from the corners, swirling and coalescing into indistinct, shifting forms that pressed on us. I could feel my sanity fraying at the edges. This was not real. It could not be. This was a nightmare. What are those things? I stammered, pointing my shaking flashlight at the swirling masses of darkness. They were not solid, but they cast long, impossible shadows. They were vast, incomprehensible, just like the entities described in the recap. Aspects, Ilera said, her voice now a chorus of overlapping tones, like multiple voices speaking as one. Her form seemed to shimmer, her edges blurring, becoming less defined. Her eyes, now glowing with an internal, sickly green light, fixed on me, reaching out, hungry. And you, my dear, are the perfect offering. A new lens through which to experience this world. A new gateway. No, I screamed, finally breaking free of the paralysis of fear. No, you are crazy. I am leaving. I turned to run, but she was suddenly there, blocking the doorway, her form now taller, more elongated, her features stretched and distorted. Her smile was no longer human, but vast, gaping maw filled with countless needle-sharp teeth. The air was filled with a high-pitched, piercing hum that vibrated directly in my skull, threatening to shatter my eardrums. You can't leave, the chorus of voices hissed from her distorted form. You are already home. We are already here. Inside, a cold, unseen tendril wrapped around my ankle, sending a jolt of ice-cold agony through my leg. I stumbled, falling to the dust-covered floor. My flashlight clattered away, plunging us into near total darkness, save for the sickly green glow emanating from Alara. The shadows around me solidified, resolving into impossible shapes of limbs that bent at wrong angles, faces that were mere suggestions of features, eyes that burned with ancient hunger. They pressed in, their forms wavering, their whispers now clear, intelligible but utterly alien. Join us, they chorused, their voices a symphony of madness. Become one. Experience all. Consume all. Panic, pure and unadulterated, surged through me. I scrambled backward, crawling on my hands and knees, desperate to escape. My fingers brushed against something hard and cold, a broken piece of metal, a shard of glass. I gripped it, my knuckles white. Stay away from me. I yelled, my voice a pathetic squeak against the overwhelming presence of the entities. Ilera, or whatever she was now, lunged forward. Her hand, no longer delicate, but long and skeletal, reached for my face. I saw the green glow in her eyes intensify, felt the pull of something vast and ancient trying to enter my mind, to consume my very essence. In a desperate, primal act, I swung the shard of glass, aiming blindly. There was a wet, sickening thud. The chorus of voices shrieked, a sound that ripped through my very soul. Ilera recoiled, a gaping wound appearing on her cheek, oozing not blood, but a viscous, black ichor that pulsed with green light. The momentary shock of my attack gave me a window. I scrambled to my feet, ignoring the throbbing pain in my ankle, ignoring the whispers and the grasping shadows. I ran. I ran blindly, crashing through the dark corridors, the sounds of my own frantic breathing and pounding heart deafening. The whispers followed me, a relentless torrent of alien thoughts pressing against my mind. The shadows seemed to elongate, reaching for me from every doorway, every corner. I did not know where I was going, just that I had to get out. I could feel something clinging to me, a cold, creeping sensation, like something was trying to pull me back, to merge with me. My vision blurred. The walls of the hospital seemed to writhe, the floor buckled beneath my feet. I burst out of the side door, not the main entrance, into the overgrown wilderness surrounding the hospital. The cool night air hit me like a physical blow, but it offered no relief. The whispers were still there, inside my head, no longer just a sound, but thoughts, feelings, incomprehensible desires. I ran through the tangled undergrowth, thorns tearing at my clothes and skin, not caring about the pain. I just ran. I could hear a faint, high-pitched wailing behind me, a sound of frustration and hunger. They were still there, still pursuing. Finally, I stumbled into the road where I had parked my car. My car, it was still there, a beacon of normalcy in this nightmare. I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so violently I could barely insert the key into the lock. I threw myself inside, slammed the door, and locked it. My breath came in ragged gasps. I started the engine, the roar of it momentarily drowning out the whispers in my head. I jammed the car into reverse and sped away, not looking back at the dark, looming silhouette of SD. Jude's. I drove for what felt like hours, not caring where I was going, just putting distance between myself and that place. The sun was just beginning to paint the horizon with faint, bruised purple when I finally pulled over the side of a deserted highway. My body ached. My clothes were torn, my skin scratched and bleeding. I was trembling uncontrollably. But worse than any physical pain was a terror that still clawed at my mind. The whispers were still there, a faint echo, a persistent hum at the back of my consciousness. And I could see things now. The world looked different. The trees seemed to pulse with a subtle inner light. The shadows stretched and writhed, no longer just absence of light, but something else, something alive. I could feel the thin places now, like invisible currents in the air, places where the veil was almost transparent. I looked down at my hands. They were still shaking, but something else was different. My reflection in the rear-view mirror showed a face pale with terror, but my eyes seemed deeper, darker, reflecting not just the dying light of dawn, but something ancient and vast. And on my cheek, where Lara had reached for me, a faint, almost imperceptible mark had appeared. A swirling, intricate pattern, like a tiny, nascent vortex. I was no longer just a man who had gone on a bad Tinder date. I was a bridge, a vessel, and I knew, with a horrifying certainty, that they were still with me, inside me, and they were ready to bring everyone else home too. My adventure had just begun, and I was never going to be the same again. I have always been a pretty open-minded person, especially when it comes to dating. I mean, it is 2023. Who is not on Tinder? I am Chloe, by the way, late 20s, living in a city that is just big enough to feel anonymous, but small enough that you occasionally run into people you know. Most of my friends are either happily coupled up or have sworn off dating apps entirely. But I still held on to this little sliver of hope that maybe, just maybe, I would swipe right on someone who was not completely terrible. Or, just someone interesting enough to spend a few hours with on a Friday night. My routine was pretty standard. Get home from work, make myself some questionable microwave dinner, flop onto the couch, and scroll. It was mindless, often depressing, but occasionally you would find a profile that made you pause. A cute dog, a funny bio, a shared interest in obscure 80s movies. The usual bait. One Tuesday evening, the rain was lashing against my apartment window, and I was deep into my scrolling ritual. My cat, Machi, was curled up on my lap, purring contentedly, completely oblivious to the parade of questionable dating prospects on my screen. I would swipe left on a guy holding a fish, another posing in front of a sports car that was clearly not his, and a third who listed his entire astrological chart in his bio. Then, I saw him. His name was Mark. His profile photos were normal. Maybe even a little too normal, if that makes sense. The first one was a clear, friendly headshot, a genuine smile, good eyes. The second showed him hiking, a scenic backdrop. The third, a group shot with friends, laughing. He looked like the kind of guy you would introduce to your parents, the kind who'd remember your coffee order. My thumb hovered over the screen, ready to swipe right. He was handsome, but not in an intimidating way, just approachable. But then I saw the fourth picture. It was a selfie, taken in what looked like a gym or maybe his bedroom. He was shirtless, flexing slightly, showcasing a fairly fit physique. I am not usually into shirtless pics on Tinder, but this one felt less like an ego trip and more like, hey, I work out. It was a full body shot, or at least upper body, and that is when I saw it. On his left forearm, clearly visible, was a tattoo. It was not a complex design, no dragons or tribal patterns. It was a name. My heart did a weird little stutter step in my chest. I zoomed in, pinching the screen with 2 fingers, bringing the image closer. There it was, in a clean cursive font, unmistakable. Chloe, my own name. I stared at it, my mind trying to process what I was seeing. No way. It had to be a coincidence, right? Chloe is not an uncommon name, but it is not like Sarah or Emily. What were the odds? I felt a cold dread start to creep up my spine, a prickling sensation that made Machi stir on my lap. I pulled back, my thumb still hovering. My first instinct was to swipe left, to just get rid of it, pretend I had not seen it, move on to the next profile. But a morbid curiosity, a kind of horrified fascination, held me captive. My brain started working overtime, trying to rationalize it away. Maybe he had a sister named Chloe, a mother, a beloved pet, but who tattoos their sister's name in such a prominent place on a dating profile, especially if it is a romantic interest they are looking for. It just felt off, unsettling, like finding a single, perfectly preserved tooth in a bowl of cereal. The chill intensified. This was not just a red flag, it was a giant, crimson banner waving violently in a hurricane. Every rational fiber of my being screamed, run. But something else, a darker, more impulsive part of me, wanted to know, wanted to understand. Against every shred of common sense I possessed, I swiped right. The screen immediately flashed, a vibrant, celebratory, it is a match. My stomach dropped. A wave of regret, cold and sharp, washed over me. What had I done? Almost instantly, a message popped up from Mark. Hey, Chloe. I had a feeling we would match. You look even better than I imagined. My breath hitched. Even better than I imagined. What did that even mean? He had not seen me in person. It sounded possessive. Like he would have been expecting me. Like he already knew me. The words felt heavy, not light and casual like a typical Tinder opener. My fingers trembled as I typed a reply. Hey, Mark. Thanks. You too. Generic. Safe. I wanted to ask about the tattoo immediately, but I held back. I did not want to seem crazy or like I was accusing him of something. I wanted to observe, to gather more information. His next message came through almost before I could finish reading my own. So, what are you up to tonight? Raining pretty hard out there. Perfect night for a movie and some good company, do not you think? It was a perfectly normal message on the surface, but given the tattoo, given his almost immediate match in message, it felt loaded. He was moving fast, too fast. And the mention of the rain, I had not mentioned the weather. It was raining for everyone, sure, but it felt like another little detail that just clicked too perfectly. I decided to try and subtly probe. Yeah, definitely a movie night kind of weather. Speaking of, I love your tattoos. Any stories behind them? I try to keep it light, casual, as if I had not zoomed in on his forearm like a detective. His response, oh yeah, a few. They all mean something important to me. Each one tells a story, like a living journal. Vague, perfectly vague. He completely sidestepped the specific tattoo, the one with my name. My heart hammered against my ribs. He knew I was asking about that one. He had to. Why would not he just say, "Oh, that is my sister's name," or "it is for my dog"? The evasion was a louder alarm bell than the tattoo itself. He continued, "So, Chloe, I was thinking there's this great little coffee shop downtown, the Daily Grind. You mentioned in your profile you are a big fan of artisanal coffee. Ever been there?" My blood ran cold. The Daily Grind was my favorite coffee shop. It was not a chain. It was a local spot, a little hole-in-the-wall place that I would only mention once, in passing, in a very old Instagram story that was not even linked to my Tinder profile. How in the hell did he know that? My profile mentioned loving coffee, but not that specific place. My mind raced. Had he found my Instagram? Mi YouTube? Had he somehow dug deeper than a casual Tinder swipe? The thought sent a shiver down my spine that had nothing to do with the chilly rain outside. The casual, friendly facade of his messages was starting to crack, revealing something far more sinister underneath. I typed back, my fingers slow and stiff. "Yeah, I love that place. It is my go-to. How did you know?" I tried to sound intrigued, not terrified. His reply was immediate, almost gleeful. Just a lucky guess. I suppose. Great minds think alike, right? Anyway, I was thinking maybe we could grab a coffee there sometime this week. Say, Thursday evening around 6. It is usually pretty quiet then. Thursday, 6 p.m. He had a plan. He was taking control. The hairs on my arms stood on end. My gut screamed at me to block him, to report him, to throw my phone across the room and never look back. But the same sick curiosity that made me swipe right was twisting inside me. I had to know. I had to see him. I had to understand. Sure. I typed, surprising myself with the word. Thursday works. The moment I sent it, I felt a profound sense of dread settle over me, heavy and suffocating. It was like I would just sign a contract in invisible ink, a contract I knew I would regret. The next 2 days were a blur of paranoia. I could not focus at work. Every shadow seemed to move. Every unfamiliar car on my street seemed to linger. I constantly checked my phone, half expecting another unervingly specific message from Mark, half hoping he would just disappear. He did not. He sent a couple of polite, generic messages, confirming the date, asking about my day. Each one felt like a claw tightening around my throat. I tried to do some digging of my own. I reverse image searched his profile photos. Nothing. No matches, no other profiles. I tried searching his name. Mark, in conjunction with the Daily Grind, or my city name. Too generic. Millions of marks. He was a ghost online, which, paradoxically, made him even more real and terrifying. Most people have some digital footprint. Mark had none. I confided in my best friend. Sarah. He has my name tattooed on his arm. Sarah. And he knows about the Daily Grind. Sarah, ever the pragmatist, tried to calm me down. "Chloe, come on. It is probably just a coincidence. Maybe he dated another Chloe. Or it is a family member. And the coffee shop. Maybe you mentioned it in your bio and forgot. Or he just picked a popular local spot. It was not in my bio Sarah, and it is not a popular spot, it is tiny. And the tattoo, it is just too specific. He did not even acknowledge it when I asked. Okay, look, if you are that worried, just cancel the date, she advised. Or meet him in a super public place. Tell a friend where you're going and have an exit strategy. I knew she was right. But the urge to confront him, to see his face when I asked him about it directly, was overwhelming. It was like a moth to a flame, a terrible compulsion I could not shake. I told Sarah where I was going, what time, and promised to text her as soon as I was safe. I even shared my location with her on my phone, just in case. Thursday evening arrived, and my stomach was a knot of anxiety. I dressed carefully, opting for something comfortable but easy to move in, like I was preparing for an escape rather than a date. I even brought a small can of pepper spray in my purse, a last resort measure I hoped I would never have to use. I got to the daily grind about 15 minutes early. The place was cozy, dimly lit, with a comforting aroma of roasted beans and old books. I found a small table in the corner, strategically placed so I could see the entrance and had a clear path to the door. I ordered a chai latte, my hand shaking slightly as I wrapped them around the warm mug. I watched the door, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. Every time the bell above the door chimed, I tensed. 5 minutes passed. 10. Then, precisely at 6 p.m., the door opened and Mark walked in. He was exactly as he appeared in his photos, taller than I expected, with that same friendly smile. He spotted me immediately, his eyes locking onto mine with intensity that sent a fresh wave of unease through me. He walked over, his stride confident, and slid into the chair opposite me. "Chloe," he said, his voice a low, pleasant baritone. "It is so good to finally meet you." He did not offer a hug or a handshake, just settled in, his gaze unwavering. "Mark," I managed, my voice a little breathy. "You made it." He chuckled softly. "Of course. Would not miss it for the world. You know, I had a feeling you would be sitting right here, at this table. It just feels right." Another one of those unsettling comments. I forced a smile. "Well, it is a good spot." We ordered. He got a black coffee, no sugar, no cream. Efficient, precise. As the barista walked away, I decided to dive in. No more circling. "So, Mark," I began, trying to sound casual. "I was looking through your profile photos again, and I noticed something interesting. You have a tattoo of the name Chloe on your arm. That is my name, obviously. Is there a story behind that?" His smile did not waver, but his eyes, they shifted. Just for a fraction of a second. A flicker, like a mask slipping. He took a slow sip of his coffee when it arrived, his gaze finally breaking from mine to look into his cup. "Ah, that one," he said, his voice a little softer, almost wistful. "Yeah, there's a story, all right. That is for a lost love. A muse, you could say. Someone who meant a lot to me, long ago." He looked up then, meeting my eyes. His expression was carefully crafted, a touch of melancholy, a hint of deep, abiding affection. It was a good performance. Too good. "Oh," I said, trying to sound sympathetic. "I am sorry to hear that. What happened to her?" He took another slow sip of coffee, his eyes now fixed on some point just over my shoulder. "Some people just disappear, do not they? They fade away like smoke. But they are never truly gone. Not really. Their memories, their essence, they linger. They become a part of you." My blood ran cold. Disappear. The word hung in the air like a shroud. It was not a breakup. It was not a move. It was a disappearance. And the way he said they become a part of you, it was not romantic. It was chilling. I pressed him, my voice a little tighter than I intended. "Disappear," like she went missing. He finally looked back at me, his smile returning, but it did not reach his eyes. His gaze felt predatory now, assessing. Something like that, he said, his voice still soft, but with an underlying current of something dark. But enough about the past. Let's talk about you. Chloe, I already feel like I know so much about you. Your love for old movies, your cat Machi, your fear of heights, even that little scar above your left eyebrow from when you fell off your bike when you were 7. My breath caught in my throat. The scar, it was tiny, almost invisible unless you knew where to look. I would never mention it to anyone outside my closest family. Machi, yes, I had a picture of him on my profile. Old movies, also there. But the fear of heights, that was a private anxiety, something I would never share it online. And the scar, my mind screamed. He was not just a stalker. He was something else. Someone who had delved far, far deeper than any casual online search could allow. I stood up abruptly, knocking my chair back with a loud scrape. The few other patrons in the coffee shop glanced over. I have to go. I stammered, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I just remembered something important. An emergency. Mark's smile widened, but it held no warmth. It was a slow, deliberate baring of teeth. An emergency. Already, I knew you would try to leave. Chloe, they always do. But do not worry, he said, his voice dropping to a low, intimate whisper that somehow cut through the ambient noise of the coffee shop. We will see each other again. Very, very soon. I did not wait for another word. I practically ran out of the daily grind, leaving my chai latte untouched. The cold night air hit my face, but it did nothing to cool the terror that was gripping me. I fumbled for my phone, my fingers shaking so badly I almost dropped it. I called Sarah, my voice a choke sob. He knows. Sarah, he knows everything. I have to go. I did not go home. I drove straight to Sarah's apartment, my rear view mirror constantly checking for any sign of a following car. Every pair of headlights seemed to be his. Every shadow seemed to conceal him. I blocked Mark on Tinder, deleted the app, and scrubbed my social media of anything personal or identifying. It felt futile, like trying to empty the ocean with a teacup. He already knew. He already had me. The next few days were a living nightmare. I stayed at Sarah's, unable to bring myself to go back to my own apartment. I kept my phone on silent, checking it obsessively for unknown numbers or messages. And they came. Blank calls. Texts from numbers I did not recognize, containing only a single letter M. Sometimes a picture or photo of my own apartment building, taken from across the street, or a blurry image of my car, parked outside Sarah's place. He knew where I was. He was always watching. I went to the police. I showed them the screenshots, explained the tattoo, the unnerving details he knew, the messages. They listened patiently, their faces impassive. They took notes, but without a full name and address or any direct threat of violence. Their hands were tied. They advised me to get a restraining order if I could identify him, and to call them if he physically approached me. "We can't act on a feeling, madam," one officer said, his tone sympathetic but firm. I left feeling utterly helpless, more exposed than before. Back at Sarah's, I started seeing things. Or maybe I was just losing my mind. Shadows shifting in the periphery of my vision. A faint whisper of my name, carried on the breeze from an open window. I started sleeping with the lights on, huddled under a blanket. Machi a warm, comforting weight beside me. But even his purr could not drown out the growing cacophony in my head. One evening, I decided I could not live like this anymore. I had to face it, or I would crack. I drove back to my apartment, my heart pounding, but with a grim determination. The moment I unlocked my door, a chill hit me. Not just the cold of an unheated apartment, but something deeper, colder. The air felt heavy, stagnant, as if something had been lingering there, waiting. I walked through each room, my eyes scanning every surface. Nothing seemed out of place. No forced entry. No obvious signs of an intruder. But then I noticed it. My favorite mug, the one with a chipped handle, was not on the drying rack where I would left it. It was not in the cupboard. It was gone. A small, insignificant thing. But it was gone. A tremor ran through me. He had been here. While I was gone, he had not just watched me from afar. He had been inside my home. I checked my bedroom. My jewelry box was open. A necklace I would inherited from my grandmother was missing. My childhood photo album, tucked away in a drawer, was now sitting on my nightstand, open to a page showing a picture of me at 7, with that tiny scar above my left eyebrow clearly visible. I stumbled back, a scream building in my throat. He was not just watching. He was entering. He was taking. Then I saw the note, tucked into the photo album, right on top of my childhood picture. It was a small piece of paper, folded neatly. My hands shook as I unfolded it. The handwriting was elegant, precise. You can't escape us. Chloe, you are ours now, just like the others. The last 3 words hit me with the force of a physical blow, just like the others. The lost love he spoke of, the disappearances, the tattoo. It was not just my name. It was a name he collected. My phone, which I would dropped onto the bed, vibrated. A new text message from an unknown number. It was a link to a public database of missing persons. My fingers, numb with terror, tapped the link. The page loaded. I scrolled down, my eyes wide, searching. And there they were. Ilara Vance, Michael Thorne, Lisa Chun, the names from the story Alex had told me weeks ago about his date. Sarah and the chilling entities she called the Lost. I had dismissed it as a crazy story, a bizarre coincidence. But now, seeing those names, knowing what Alex had experienced, a terrifying realization dawned on me. And then, I saw more names. So many more. And among them, a chilling pattern. Several women named Chloe. Chloe Miller, Chloe Davis, Chloe Peterson, all reported missing some years ago, some more recently, each with a small, grainy photo. I looked at the pictures, my heart seizing in my chest. Some of them bore a faint, almost imperceptible resemblance to me. The same hair color, similar build, a shared feature. It was like looking at distorted reflections of myself. The tattoo was not a record of a past love. It was a list, a declaration of intent, a mark of ownership. And I was the next one. The air in my apartment grew heavy, thick with an unnatural cold. The whispers started again, but this time they were not just in my head. They were all around me, a chorus of soft, sibilant voices murmuring my name. Chloe, Chloe, one of us. Shadows began to coalesce in the corners of my vision. Faint, translucent figures, flickering like dying flames. They were there, just at the edge of my sight, indistinct but undeniably present. Their forms seemed to shift, to stretch, reaching out to me. I saw faces, pale and gaunt, eyes that held an ancient, hungry emptiness. The faces of the missing, the faces of the Chloes. A new voice, deeper than the whispers, resonated through the room. It was Mark's voice, but layered, distorted, as if multiple mouths were speaking in unison. Welcome home, Chloe. I spun around, my back pressed against a wall, my eyes darting frantically. He was there. Not physically, not entirely. He was a shadow among shadows, taller, darker, his form shifting and wavering. His eyes, though, were piercing, glowing with internal, malevolent light. His arm extended slowly, and on it, the tattoo of my name. Chloe, pulsed with a faint, reddish light. It was no longer just ink on skin. It was alive. It was a brand. The spectral figures around me moved closer, their whispers growing louder, more insistent. They beckoned, their translucent hands reaching. I felt a cold, intangible touch, the sensation of being pulled, of my very essence being drawn out of me. My memories, my identity, my life, it felt like it was slipping away, like sand through my fingers. Mark smiled, a predatory, possessive smile that stretched too wide, revealing too many teeth. You are ours now. Chloe, his layered voice whispered. Another story for the collection. Another memory to savor. The whispers became a roar, a vortex of hungry voices swirling around me, consuming me. I opened my mouth to scream, but no sound came out. Only a faint, echoing whisper of my own name, joining the chorus of the lost, fading into the cold, hungry darkness. It was pushing midnight, and I was about 300 miles into what felt like a 3,000-mile drive. The highway stretched out ahead of me, a black ribbon unspooling under a sky, so devoid of stars it looked less like a ceiling and more like a vast, empty void. My eyelids felt like sandpaper, and the only thing keeping me awake was a playlist of questionable 90s rock and the ever-present hum of my old sedan's engine. I would have been on the road since dawn, trying to beat a deadline for a new project, and the caffeine I would chugged hours ago had long since abandoned me. My stomach rumbled in protest, a hollow, echoing sound in the quiet car. I had not eaten anything substantial since a sad gas station sandwich around noon. I was craving something hot, greasy, and gloriously unhealthy, the kind of food only a proper roadside diner could provide. But for the last hour, the landscape had been nothing but dark fields, skeletal trees, an occasional flickering sign for a town too small to even register on my GPS. Just as I was starting to resign myself to another night of lukewarm coffee and stale crackers, a beacon appeared on the horizon. A neon sign, a little faded but still defiant, cut through the oppressive darkness the midnight plate. Below it, a smaller, hand-painted sign declared, "Open 24 hours." It looked like an oasis, a promise of warmth and a brief respite from the endless road. I veered off the highway, the tires crunching on the gravel of the access road. The diner stood alone, a squat brick building with a few dusty cars parked haphazardly in front. They looked like forgotten relics from another era, an old Ford pickup, a dented sedan from the late 80s, a couple of other nondescript vehicles that had clearly seen better days. No big rigs, which was a little unusual for a place this far out, but I did not think much of it. I just needed food. The parking lot was dimly lit by a single flickering fluorescent bulb above the entrance. I killed my engine, and the sudden silence felt deafening after hours of road noise. I stretched, wincing at the stiffness in my back, and then pushed open my car door, the cold night air hitting me like a slap. A faint smell of stale grease and coffee hung in the air as I walked toward the entrance. The windows of the diner were dark, reflecting the night like opaque mirrors, which was odd for a place that was supposedly open. But then, as I got closer, I saw a faint glow from inside, a soft, amber light. Maybe they just kept the exterior lights low to save on electricity, or maybe the sign was lying and they were about to close. Either way, I was desperate. I pushed open the heavy glass door. A small bell above my head jingled. Its sound surprisingly loud and shrill in what I immediately noticed was an almost unnatural quiet. My first impression of the midnight plate was that it was clean. Too clean. The checkered linoleum floor gleamed. The vinyl booths looked pristine, and the chrome on the counter stools shone under the soft, warm light. It was a classic diner aesthetic, but without the usual worn-in charm, the slight stickiness on the tables, the comforting clutter. And then there was the silence. Diners, even late at night, usually have a certain hum. The clatter of plates, the hiss of the grill, the murmur of conversations, the clinking of cutlery. Here, there was none of that. Just the soft, almost imperceptible buzz of the fluorescent lights above. I scanned the room. There were about a dozen people scattered across the booths and at the counter. A few lone figures, a couple, a family with 2 kids. All of them were facing forward toward the far wall, or occasionally towards a counter. No one was talking. No one was eating. They were just sitting. A flicker of unease went through me. It was strange, but maybe it was just a particularly quiet night. Or maybe everyone was just tired. I shrugged it off, heading toward an empty booth near the back, hoping for a bit of privacy. As I slid into the red vinyl seat, I felt a prickle on the back of my neck. I looked up. Every single person in the diner was staring at me, not with curiosity or annoyance or even recognition. Their gazes were flat, unblinking. Their eyes were wide, fixed like glass marbles. The family at the table near the window, a man, a woman, and two young children, all had their heads perfectly angled towards me, their eyes locked. The couple in the booth opposite them, their hands resting on the table, were doing the same. Even the lone guy hunched over a cup of coffee at the counter had rotated his entire upper body to face me, his eyes wide and vacant. My heart gave an uncomfortable lurch. Okay, this was definitely weird. I tried to offer a small, awkward smile, but no one reacted. Their faces remained utterly blank. Their eyes did not waver, and they still were not blinking. Not a single one of them. I felt a cold dread begin to seep into my bones. This was not just a quiet diner. This was something else. I tried to rationalize it away. Maybe it was some kind of local game, a prank, but the intensity of their stares, the complete lack of expression, it felt wrong. Deeply, fundamentally wrong. Hello, I called out, my voice sounding strained and too loud in the oppressive silence. Anyone working here? From behind the counter, a woman slowly emerged. She was wearing a faded pink uniform, her hair in a neat bun, but her face was pale and her eyes those same wide, unblinking eyes. She moved with a strange, deliberate slowness, like a marionette whose strings were being pulled by an inexperienced hand. She stopped in front of me, her gaze boring into mine. "Can I help you?" Her voice was flat, devoid of any inflection, a monotone drone that sent another shiver down my spine. "Yeah, I need some food. And coffee. A lot of coffee." I tried to sound normal, tried to force a smile, but my lips felt stiff. I could not tear my eyes away from hers. They were unsettlingly still. She did not react to my attempt at humor. She simply stood there, staring. "What would you like?" A cheeseburger, fries, and a black coffee, please." I swallowed hard, my throat suddenly dry. The silence from the other patrons was unnerving. Their unblinking eyes felt like physical weights pressing down on me. The waitress nodded once, a stiff, jerky movement. She turned and began to walk toward the kitchen, her movement still unnaturally slow and precise. As she moved, I noticed the other patrons' heads subtly shifted, tracking her progress, their eyes still wide and fixed. It was like watching a bizarre, silent ballet. I pulled out my phone, suddenly desperate for distraction, for any connection to the outside world. But there was no signal. Of course there was not. This far out, it was always a gamble. I tried to focus on my breathing, tried to tell myself I was just tired, overthinking things. But the feeling of those unblinking eyes on me was overwhelming. I risked another glance around the room. The family was still staring. The kids, usually fidgety, were utterly still, their small, vacant faces pointed directly at me. The man at the counter had not moved an inch. It was like being under a microscope, or like I would stumbled into a diorama. But a diorama where the figures were alive, just frozen. A faint clatter came from the kitchen, a sound that made me jump. The waitress reappeared a few minutes later, carrying a tray with my order. She placed it down in front of me with the same eerie precision. The cheeseburger looked normal. The fries were golden. The coffee steamed gently. It smelled like regular diner food. "Anything else?" she asked, her voice still flat. "No, thank you." I tried to meet her gaze, but it was too much. I looked down at my plate. As she turned to walk away, I noticed something else about her. Her skin was unnaturally smooth, almost waxy, and her hair, while neatly pulled back, had a strange, dull sheen to it, like plastic. I picked up a fry, my hand trembling slightly. I forced myself to eat, to appear normal, but every bite felt like an act. I could feel their eyes on me, every chew, every swallow. It was a suffocating sensation. The food tasted bland, almost tasteless, despite my hunger. The coffee was hot, but it did not do anything to dispel the cold that was settling deep inside me. I tried to ignore them, to focus on the burger, but their stares were a constant, silent pressure. I started to pick up on other details. The clothes of the patrons were slightly dated, not vintage cool, but just off, like they were from a forgotten decade. Their postures were too perfect, too rigid. No one shifted, no one scratched an itch, no one even breathed visibly. My mind raced, desperately trying to find an explanation. Carbon monoxide leak, some kind of mass hypnosis, a cult, but none of it made sense. The sheer stillness of it all was the most terrifying part. I pushed my plate away, half eaten. I could not do it. I could not pretend any longer. I had to get out. "Excuse me." I called out to the waitress, who was now standing behind the counter again, facing me, her unblinking eyes fixed. "Could I get the check, please?" She did not move immediately. Her head tilted ever so slightly, like a doll's. Then, with that same slow, deliberate movement, she reached under the counter and produced a small, laminated card. She placed it on the counter, then slowly slid it towards me. I looked at the card. There was no price. Just a single word, printed in bold, stark letters, "Welcome." My blood ran cold. What is this?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. She did not answer. She just continued to stare. I stood up, my chair scraping loudly against the floor, a jarring sound in the silence. It was time to go. Now, as I took a step towards the door, a subtle ripple went through the room. The patrons in the booths nearest me began to slowly, stiffly, turn their entire bodies toward the aisle. Their unblinking eyes followed my every move. I tried to walk faster, my heart hammering against my ribs. I had to get to that door. But the waitress was now standing directly in my path, between me and the exit. She had not moved from behind the counter to block me. She was simply there. Her arms were at her sides, her posture rigid, her unblinking eyes fixed on mine. "I need to leave," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, try to sound firm. "Please, just let me go." She did not respond. She just stood, a silent, immovable barrier. I tried to step around her, but she moved with a sudden, unnatural speed, mirroring my movement, keeping herself directly in front of me. Her face remained utterly blank. Panic, raw and visceral, clawed at my throat. I pushed at her shoulder, trying to force my way past. Her body was surprisingly solid, like pushing against a block of wood. She did not budge. She did not even sway. And then the others began to move. It was not a stampede or a sudden rush. It was a slow, deliberate standing. The scraping of chairs, the soft shuffle of feet on the linoleum. Every single person in the diner rose to their feet, their movement stiff and jerky, like gears grinding into place. They were still facing me, still unblinking. They began to close in, not running, not even walking fast, but converging on me with an unsettling, synchronized pace. The family, the couple, the lone guy at the counter, they all moved together, a silent, encroaching circle. I backed away, stumbling over my own feet, my breath catching in my throat. "Stay back," I yelled, my voice cracking. It echoed uselessly in the silent diner. They did not stop. Their unblinking eyes were still fixed on me, now much closer. I could see the tiny, almost imperceptible cracks in their waxy skin, the faint discoloration around their lips. They smelled faintly of something sweet and antiseptic. mixed with the stale grease of the diner. I spun around, desperate, looking for another exit. There was a door leading to the kitchen, but the cook, a hulking figure in a stained white apron, was now standing in the doorway, his own unblinking eyes fixed on me. I was trapped. They were surrounding me now, a silent, unblinking wall of bodies. I could feel the heat radiating off them, a strange, artificial warmth. Their hands, pale and stiff, slowly reached out, not to grab me violently, but to guide me, to prod me. I struggled, tried to fight them off, but they were surprisingly strong. Their grip was firm, unyielding. They were not speaking, were not making a sound, just moving me, pushing me, herding me like a sheep towards a slaughterhouse. They were guiding me towards a specific booth. It was in the very center of the diner, a large, U-shaped booth that was slightly elevated from the others. And in the middle of it, facing the front door, was a single empty chair, a pristine red vinyl chair, perfectly positioned. No. I knew, with a sickening certainty, what was happening. I was the Midnight Plate's newest offering. I was the new attraction, the new patron. I fought harder, kicking and screaming, but my efforts were futile against their collective, silent strength. They lifted me, gently but firmly, and lowered me into that empty chair. The moment my body settled onto the cold vinyl, a profound stillness washed over me. It was not a choice, it was as if my muscles had simply ceased to obey. My arms felt heavy, my legs unresponsive. I tried to move, to stand up, to even twitch a finger, but I could not. It was like I was encased in concrete, my own body no longer mine. My eyes, wide with terror, darted around the room. The patrons, having seated me, were now slowly, stiffly, returning to their original places. The waitress went back behind the counter. The cook retreated into the kitchen doorway. The family, the couple, the lone man, they all resumed their positions, facing forward, their unblinking eyes now fixed not on me, but on the front door. But I could still feel them. I could feel their presence, their silent, unwavering gaze. They were still watching me, even as they stared ahead, because now I was part of the tableau. I was one of them. A new, horrifying realization dawned on me. I tried to blink. I could not. My eyelids felt frozen, glued open. My eyes were wide, fixed, just like theirs. I could feel the dryness, the strain, but I could not close them. I could not blink. Panic turned into a cold, desolate despair. I was trapped, not just in a chair, but in this body, in this place, in this endless, unblinking vigil. My mind was still my own, screaming, raging, but my body was no longer mine. It was a shell, an exhibit. I tried to speak, to scream, but my throat was tight, unresponsive. Only a faint, voiceless wheeze escaped my lips. I was one of the Midnight Plate's permanent residents. My purpose now was to sit, to stare, to wait, to be a part of the silent, unblinking audience for the next unsuspecting traveler who stumbled into this forgotten diner. The hours stretched on, an eternity of silent observation. I watched as the faint glow of the neon sign outside slowly began to fade with the approach of dawn. The light filtering through the windows changed from the oppressive darkness of night to the dull, gray light of early morning. But nothing else changed. No one moved. No one blinked. No one spoke. My mind, still trapped in this frozen body, screamed with silent, agonizing terror. I was here forever. This was my match. This was where I belonged now. And then, just as the first sliver of weak, orange sunlight touched the horizon, I heard it. The familiar sound of tires crunching on gravel outside. The distant hum of an approaching engine, growing louder, closer. And then the unmistakable, shrill jingle of the bell above the front door. My unblinking eyes, wide and fixed, slowly, inexorably, turned toward the sound.